What's up, everybody? We already start? Sorry. Hold on, let me, I gotta hide this for a second. Sorry, we're on the backup channels today, because, you know, we always get kicked off of YouTube and shit. Running late. Hasn't started yet.
Yeah, we watching Eddie, getting facts ready, keeping all the cameras steady, audio ready, so unlock, yep, and unload. Patriots prepare for the Eddie Block Show. Eddie Block Films, Eddie Block Film Show.
Right.
Eddie Block Films, the Eddie Block Film Show. Eddie Block, Eddie Block Films.
Yeah, we're live.
Eddie Block.
What's up, Hope?
Block Films.
I don't know why it's not doing it. Hold on, let me, boop, 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 boop. Let me turn this off for 1 second. Let me try it again. I guess I haven't started yet. I don't know what's going on. But anyway, so tonight, it says 4:15 p.m. It's 4:17. We're going to have, guys, we're going to have Joe Biggs calling in, Zach Rehl. Not very many places where you can see it. And this is one of them. So, hold on. Let me text this girl. See what, but yeah, so they're going to call in. They're calling in from jail any second. Let me see. Let me try and get it here. Sorry, guys. Oh, you know what? I'm going to play this in the background while this show's going on today. Is that playing? There we go. So we're just waiting for it to start. They said it was going to start at 4:15. She says, yep, it's not Kim. They're logging in right now. Okay, so they're logging in right now. I figured, you know what I'll do? I'll just show my footage from January 6th in the background while we're waiting for it. And, but yeah, so Joe Biggs is going to be calling in. Hold on, I got to send a picture to this chick because that's what she wants. So we have, it was a real quick setup, guys. We were talking with Zach today, and so he wanted to call in, and Joe wanted to call in, so that is what we're doing. We're just waiting for these guys to we're just waiting for these guys to show up. As soon as they do, we'll,
Crazy cripple coming through.
We'll play this in the background while we're waiting.
Crazy cripple coming. I love running people over.
Let's see what happens. Oh, here we go. Okay. Let me turn the audio down.
I got so weak. Somebody want to type a message in so I can.
There we go. We'll turn the audio down there because the audio should be coming from here now. Let's see. Start listening. Here we go. I'm actually a speaker. All right, now I can put this up. They're still not starting it, but we are here for you. Dude, I wish they would let you show. You can only do Twitter Spaces on your cell phone, right? So I mean, I got the whole thing up here, but my program will only let me show that much of my phone. If I turn it sideways, it's still the same. But yeah, so I'm gonna be a speaker tonight. I was brought in to help this right there. In fact, she's supposed to add me as a speaker. Oh, I guess I gotta request it. There we go. Then she'll add me. And so we're gonna have Joe Biggs calling in tonight from jail. Joe Biggs, my buddy, my friend. We're gonna have Zach Rehl. Zach, you can see him right there. He just took off his hat to pray. I don't know. What do you guys want? You guys want this in the background, or do you want my 360 footage from on top of the Capitol January 6th? No, I'm not going to show that. I'll show this because everybody's seen this already. It better not be Dallas Blanchard. No, it's not Dallas. That's not Dallas Blanchard. But yeah, so we're just waiting for them to start. They're not speaking yet. Nobody's speaking yet. Well, now I can speak, so they just made me a speaker. So that's cool. Anyways, so it's going to start any second, guys. While they're praying here, maybe we should be praying for these boys in jail, because they couldn't get a fair trial in D.C., and what are we going to do? What can we do to help them, you know? By the way, what's up, Mike Jones? I might be covering my face a little bit because I knocked a tooth out the other day. I went to the dentist and I broke. So I.
All right, everyone, welcome to the National File Space. We're going to be hosting phone calls from Joe Biggs and Zach.
That's not what I wanted to do.
I don't remember how to pronounce his last name.
Real.
That's a little embarrassing.
Here we go.
I just don't want to pronounce it wrong. I believe it's
shit.
Real. Yeah, I believe that's it. Anyway,
welcome, my Bluetooth's turned on here.
The National File Space for the J6ers. My name is Kim Coulter. I'm the director of digital.
There you go.
Content for the National File, and we have a bunch of great speakers already on. I'm going to ask that when I hit mute all, you guys remember that it's because the boys are calling in, and they, I'm going to let them speak for as much time as possible. If you have any questions or things that you want relayed to the boys, I would ask that you kindly leave them in the comment section, and one of our co-hosts will take a look and make sure all the questions get answered. If we don't get to your question,
if
I'm
you
very
guys have
sorry.
A question, let me know.
The boys have a very limited amount of time, as you can imagine. They'll be about on for about a half hour, and I expect they will want about 20 minutes of that to, you know, be able to just talk to us and tell us what's going on with them. I see we have a bunch of J6ers in here. We got a bunch of family members. So welcome everyone. Thank you guys for joining us. Charles, if you want to introduce yourself and let everybody know who you are.
That's this guy right here.
Charles is also on the team at the National File. I'm sure he'll introduce himself when he has just a second.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the introduction, and it's so great for all of you to be on the call. And I know a lot of you are going through a lot right now. I can't even imagine. I'm a contributor with the National File, and for me personally, this is all about y'all, and this is about telling your stories and your point of view, all the families who are on the call. And I'd love to get to know and talk to you more and basically get your side of the story, because we all know the mainstream media isn't giving you fair coverage.
Hi, Jeannie.
I know a little bit about
Snookies.
Politics and violence. It's not very fun. I had a public run-in with Antifa. Like 12 million people saw it. Trump retweeted it. It changed my life, and I used it for the better. And that's kind of what I really enjoy writing about. So, like I said, I really want this call to be about the families and the other individuals involved. And with that, I'll turn it back over.
Thank you so much. We also have a bunch of other people. So if the speakers would all like to take turns introducing themselves, you all can pick what order you go in. I just would like to hear from each of you, even briefly. Maybe we can start with the lovely lady running the Motivated Armed American page.
Hello, everybody. It's nice to be here. I'm really excited to have Zach and Joe on to speak about everything that they've been going through, the sham trial. This is just a good space for us to get their story and understand what they've been going through. My name is Adriana. I've been involved with them through thick and thin with a lot of things that the Proud Boys have been going through. So I'm just going to be here and just sit back and listen and, you know, just hold the space and make sure that we are all, you know, protected and Antifa doesn't come in. So yeah, I'm just going to be here to listen and be here to hold space. So thank you for having me, Kim.
Why is that not coming off?
Thank you, Adriana. Let's see. Do you want to? Yeah, go ahead.
I'll go next. Hi, everybody. I'm Suzanne Monk. I am known as the den mother of the Proud Boys, mostly because I just take care of these guys and I love these guys, and I've been standing with them since probably the day after Gavin came up with this crazy idea, and look where we are now. I did get to sit with these guys throughout the trial, and it was my honor to do so. And so it's going to be really good to finally get Zach and Joe to have a voice, because they really didn't have one sitting on the other side of that table. So thank you guys for holding this space. For my friends and everybody, please keep all of the January 6ers in your hearts and keep this issue in your mouths when you talk to your representatives, because this is going to be the most important thing in the 2024 election. So that's all I got to say. Thank you, guys.
Guess I'm next.
And if any of our other speakers would like to say something, we've got a couple minutes before I'm expecting our first call. So feel free to speak your mind, or we can just wait for the boys to call, which again should be in the next couple minutes.
All right, I guess I'll go since I'm next. Never mind.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh no, sorry, Coy. This is my name's Eddie Block. I just testified for these Proud Boys. Tried to get them out. We're gonna get them out. The appeal is gonna win. But just want to say thank you all for being here and say your prayers for the boys. We miss you guys and we love you. Sorry, Coy.
No worries, Eddie. I appreciate what you said about the Proud Boys, and they've been daily in my prayers. I followed the trial fairly closely, and it's just further evidence of the biasness of the DC jury pool. You know, I mean, I feel like until we can get a change of venue outside of DC, we're going to continue to get assassinated through this. But my name's Coy Griffin. I'm a J6 defendant. Was charged with misdemeanor trespass and suffered great consequences from it that I didn't know that the area was unauthorized. But I know that it's a worthy and an honorable fight when we stand on the right side. And I'm looking forward to hearing from Joe this evening and Zach. And, you know, just thank you everybody for your support. Your prayers are the greatest weapon that we have right now, because we know that this battle is not flesh and blood, but it's spiritual. And but we're going to win it as we stand in faith. But thank you.
And guys, if you want a question, give me the question in the chat, and I will type it in the chat for them to ask. Or I guess I can ask. I'm a speaker, so I'm allowed to ask questions. So I guess I know the right people.
So I know we're expecting our first call at 7:30, so that's any minute now.
I think it's Joe Biggs first.
Like I said, I don't. You guys don't have to feel the need to wait for them. If you guys want to say something, go ahead. I'll just mute everybody when they call me. So feel free to open a conversation if you'd like, even with our 2 minutes.
I can type up here.
Well, I know Amanda Rehl is on the line with us. If you wanted to say something, love, Zach's wife.
Yes. Hi. Thank you, everyone, for joining. I know Zach is looking forward to just being able to talk about the trial and things that didn't come out of the trial.
This is his Twitter you can find.
Thank you for all the support and prayers everyone has given through this entire trial and pre-trial. Well, thank you for being here, and we're happy to be here to support you and give you guys a voice.
While it's quiet, don't forget to like, share, subscribe. I'm doing this missing a tooth so I can have surgery next month. They got to operate on my mouth.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, too, thanks again for being here. And it's so important for
they can't, Genie.
Our constitutional rights and our First Amendment that everyone has a platform to speak and tell their side of the story. And I think when this is judged in the history books, hopefully people will look back on it and think, wow, it's really messed up that people were censored, people were canceled, and they didn't get a chance to say their side of the story. And everything just moves super quick. It's definitely a slippery slope, and our justice system needs to operate. And if our justice system isn't operating fairly, you can make the argument it has a crushing blow to our country on all other levels. So if that, I think they're going to be calling in any minute, so I don't want to interrupt, but that was just a thought of mine that I think everyone else should kind of think about too. Is this is so big in terms of First Amendment and right for free speech and right to tell your side of the story. And that was literally the key founding principle of the United States of America. It was literally our first law. So this is, I think, a really special night and a really special interview.
You guys think this is the right video to play for this, huh? Since I
just want to real quick add, if you guys see any profiles that look like they are here for nefarious purposes, just message me and we'll take a look at it. We're here to make sure that everybody stays safe, both online and in real life. So yeah, just message me.
Let's see if you guys recognize anybody who might be who might be Antifa. If we got some Antifa in here, we can try and kick them out. I think I have the ability to kick people out. Not sure. How come Jen's not? Jen should be a speaker.
I also just want to say I'm juggling between devices, so if for whatever reason the call cuts off the space, I will reopen it immediately. You just have to check back on the National File page. I don't think that's going to happen, but I just want to let everybody listening know that in the event that does happen, I have a backup. I'll make sure that we get back on. We're back in the room. And I'll make sure to get the co-host and everything going. So, yeah. As soon as they call, if that happens, just know we have a backup.
She's got her phone call, so.
Are Joe and Zach, are they currently in D.C. or where are they currently being held at?
They're at the Alexandria.
They're in Alexandria Detention Center.
Oh, there we go. I got it back. Yeah, they're for somebody, whoever else asked that too. They're at the Alexandria Detention Center. Were you or any of y'all aware of how many undercover officers were mingling amongst y'all that day? No, we were not aware that there was so many FBI agents following us around that day. We had no clue. We had no clue how many rats we had in the Proud Boys. No clue at all. It's disgusting. It's really disgusting. Good question, Betty. Jeannie, can they change judges on a bias? We tried.
Okay, now we have you on. Sorry, the mic didn't go off. Zach, we have you live. Thank you so much for having taken the time to come talk to us tonight. In the interest of not wasting your time, I would like you to just, jump right in. Tell us what's going on. Tell us what you're going through, and we'll go from there.
Okay. I mean, there's a lot, so it's really like where to start. I mean, for one, everyone's well aware we were, me and three others were convicted of seditious conspiracy. First of all, I just want to have the opportunity to tell everybody that that's not what happened. There was no plan. There never was. As I got on the stand, I had the opportunity to take my side of the story a little bit and discuss what went on that day, and days leading up, and the prosecution they didn't even dispute anything I said, because what I said was true, and they knew it. The only thing that they did keep continuously resorting back to try and prove that we were guilty of something on January 6th was things that happened regarding Proud Boys in prior events, some events that we weren't even at, like me, for example.
She needs to turn her phone on.
Joe and Nordine, neither one of us were at November 14th rally in 2020. That was an event where a lot of protesters were clashing. A lot of Antifa was attacking Trump supporters. Even President Trump tweeted about it at the time. Proud Boys were actually protecting the Trump supporters at the time. But of course, the media, as deceptive as they are, and the prosecution, who picked right up on their game, cherry-picked certain videos and tried to paint a picture that we were aggressors, but we weren't. For one, I wasn't even there anyway. But that video, those videos were videos that were played over and over again at our trial, which had absolutely nothing to do with January 6th. So another let's see. Another thing that they thought they wanted to bring up was how we had one event, and there was a fight that broke out, but afterwards the police issued a statement. They pointed out that we were attacked, we didn't do anything, and of course we weren't allowed to bring that evidence into trial, but evidence, videos of fighting were brought in, and again, nothing to do with January 6th. So that's one part. So, do you have any other questions for me?
So we talked a little bit earlier about the circumstances around the Capitol situation, and I would like if you would just go over that again, just so everybody knows exactly what happened.
Okay, so yeah, the days leading up to the Capitol, we were trying to like coordinate to just do some marches like we always do. Whenever we go to events, we always march. We march around the city. We do chant USA, USA, or F Antifa, things of that nature. And January 6th is so different. It was probably like the 20th or 30th event I've been to in the past 12 months at the time. Same goes for some of the other guys who were there. It wasn't a big deal. I thought nothing of it. We didn't have any concrete plans or anything. We just all agreed to meet at the Washington Monument, and we met at the Washington Monument. From there, we just, like I said, we marched around the city. One of the things that the prosecution didn't, let everybody know, they didn't want anybody to know, was discussions that we had in the chats during that march. During that march, I'm asking people, hey guys, can you, send us a list of the events going on? We're trying to find stages, just whatever, and, people send us some things because, like I said, there's a lot of permits issued that day. There's all kinds of events going on in the city, especially because there's a big Stop the Steal protest. And I'll get into that a little bit, but so we end up coming to these taco trucks, and we're hanging out there for a little bit. We're not sure what to do at this point. We're actually contemplating just calling it a day and going to the hotels and getting drunk and everything like that. So, but we end up hearing that President Trump was done giving his speech at the time. So we're like, okay, so let's see what's going on here. And we're getting whispers that he also said he's going to come down to the Capitol. So everyone's like, okay, he's going to come down to the Capitol. Cool. Didn't really believe it. Wasn't really sure it was going to happen until we seen a motorcade drive by. And I have this on video and everything. Presented in trial. It turned out it was actually like Pence, but we thought it was Trump. And I even said in the video, hey, it's Trump. And
it wasn't.
As the motorcade's driving by, it's going right to the Capitol building. So where do we go? We go to meet the president at the Capitol. So we walk over to the Capitol building, and we end up getting to the Peace Circle where we collided with the large horde of people that were coming from the ellipse where President Trump was giving his speech. And they were all there. Everyone's chanting, and mind you, there's this huge pathway from the Peace Circle, and it leads directly to the most iconic stage, the most recognizable stage in D.C. It overlooks the National Mall. It's directly across from the Washington Monument. Every president and anybody who's ever been important in U.S. history has given a speech at this staging area, and people were trying to get to it. I mean, anybody who's ever been to a concert before, anybody who's ever been to a Trump rally before, they know that, the best seats in the house are at the front, right where the stage is. So people were trying to get past the bike racks. I mean, there's only 8 cops there. It was 12:53. 1 o'clock was when speeches were expected to go off. So it looked exactly like people were just trying to get to the stage before 1 o'clock. And the cops turned their backs and let everybody go. And everyone, they didn't run to the Capitol building. They didn't run to the left of the stage or the right of the stage. They ran to the stage and stayed there for a good 20, 25 minutes until somebody in the Capitol Police leadership issued an order that the protesters were too close to the stage and they wanted to push them back 20 to 30 feet. So they started mowing everybody down with huge amounts of mace, pepper balls, rubber bullets, batons, you name it. And things got out of control at that point. There was no conspiracy. None. Literally a completely innocent situation went chaotic by a bad order some highball. And that was the start of it. That was the start of the whole thing right there. So.
All right, we have got a couple questions. I saw your hand go up. Faith Tilt Podcast.
Hey, Zach. So this is Patrick Riley. I testified in the trial. I really want to know from you if you think that the testimony I gave that you guys were standing around the food trucks, basically like eating your faces off, having no plan, actually had any effect on the jury pool. Like, did they actually, take that seriously, or do you think they made their mind up before I even said that stuff?
Honestly, I think the jury had a predetermined opinion of not only the Proud Boys, but what they wanted to do. I'm not saying the whole jury was like that, but I mean, I'm almost certain that there was a few people on the jury that were politically motivated, and they wanted to convict us for political reasons, so they can turn us into something against Trump. And I'm almost certain that those small group of people were probably the ones that convinced the other jurors to, for whatever reason. But the amount of evidence that we brought in to prove our innocence time and time again, we had video, text, just over and over and over again. We showed this jury everything we could that we were completely innocent of these accusations, and they turned around and said that they had us convicted on day one. So, unfortunately, I mean, all the work that we did, all the witnesses we brought in, it didn't help, because these people, these jurors, they had predetermined decision before this trial even started. That's my opinion.
All right, we have another question. EddieBlockFilms, you're up.
What's up, Zach? It's Eddie Block here, man. I just
hey, what's going on, Eddie?
Man, I just want to tell you, man, we love you, and I don't really have a question, but everybody in my chat room right now just wants to let you know they all support you. Everybody's praying for you, and we love you, brother. Love you, man. That's all I want to say.
I love you guys too. Appreciate all the support, for real. Means a lot.
All right, Charles, you're up.
Oh, thank you. And a very compelling story. Hey, man, my name's Charles Downs. I'm with National File, Word of Media organization hosting this space. And my question for you is, how is your life in jail? Are you being treated fairly? Do you feel safe? Are the conditions humane?
I mean, it's terrible. I mean, I have a daughter that I never got to, be a part of her life. She was born while I was in here. We've had non-contact visits, so I've never even had the opportunity to pick her up.
Shame.
We're locked in solitary confinement 22 hours a day, 7 days a week, for no reason at all. We're told we're these dangerous people, but we're not even accused of doing anything physically violent at all. So it's just like, what are we a danger to? I mean, we were never given, like I said, a concrete answer to that. It's wrong what we're going through in here, and it's not just us. It's every January 6er. Every January 6er who comes to this jail is put through the same thing. Solitary confinement. It's ridiculous, and it's wrong. And I hope there's a lot of lawyers looking into this. I mean, this is probably a clear-cut case of cruel and unusual punishment if I ever saw it. I mean, a lot of people were in here for just simply trespassing, but then they were, given trumped-up charges, for the infamous 1512D2 obstruction of an official proceeding charge, which is just a bogus way to charge trespassers with felonies. Something you would never see on the left. They would never do that to the left, but I digress. But yeah, I mean, it's not good, and I have a family, and a lot of these guys have families and everything, and just to be ripped apart from our family, it's simply heartbreaking, and it's wrong.
If I may follow up real fast, in terms of family visits, it doesn't sound like you're being allowed that right. Is that different compared to other inmates in the jail, I guess, in a similar position, like people who are there for other reasons? Are they allowed much more visitation times? Are there visitation times conducted differently? Is there anything you can a little elaborate on that?
Yeah, so the average prisoner here is usually in general population. They're not in solitary confinement for one. So there's rapists, murderers, child molesters that are in general population. And they're given free access to roam the block all day. They're granted extra privileges, and we're deemed worse than those three types of criminals, and we're subjected to this solitary confinement life, and we have a lot more privileges taken away from us because of that as well. So, yeah, it's definitely different.
Suzanne Monk, your turn.
Hey Zach, it's me, Suzanne Monk. Wanted to say I love you, man, and it was my honor to be able to sit there with you guys, and I'm glad I could see it all with my own eyes, because it was literally unbelievable what's happening to our country. But you guys are certainly, in my book, still standing in the gap for us, and appreciate you so much. I just want to let you know that we are out here continuing to fight for you and to get your message to Congress. We're calling for these judges and the Bureau of Prison to be called in front of Congress and these committees and start to talk about what these abuses are that are going on. So that's still happening. But I want to ask you, to remind you, how can people help you? What can people do to support you and your continued fight against this tyranny?
All right, well, thanks again for the support. Really means a lot. Everybody out there fighting. Whether it's a phone call to your congressman or a letter, whatever. But if you want to, join in the fight with us to help us out, we have a lot of legal battles ahead of us. Not just fight the sedition charges. We have civil suits against us. So a lot of attorney fees coming up. Me and Joe specifically are fighting to get our veterans benefits back, which were stripped from us because of this. Like, we were never veterans and like we never served. But one way is you can go to defendzach.com. You could go to our Twitter, defendzach. You can get all the updates for the anything related to this case right there. And yeah, like I said, anything helps, whether it's donations, letter, or calling your congressman, whatever. I mean, the more people who hear this injustice, the better. I mean, the less like to sit here and say this, the big lie. There was an insurrection. There was no insurrection. That's the big lie. And all the video evidence proves it. All of our messages prove it. All of our conversations prove it. And we just need you to get it. You guys keep doing what you're doing, and I appreciate all the help. Really do.
Zach, as a veteran, what is it like to be portrayed as a domestic terrorist?
I mean, it's horrible. I mean, I've loved my country my whole life. I mean, I always wanted to grow up, serve my country in the military, and get out honorably. And it's just something that I always wanted to do. And when I was afforded that opportunity, I did. And I served my country, and I did so proud. And I'm very proud of everything that I've accomplished since then. I mean, I was granted benefits to help me get through college and everything, and I accomplished those goals. And to sit here and be called a terrorist or somebody who hates America is just absolutely spit in the face. And not only that, to have our benefits taken, it's an extremely bad precedent, because for one, we've earned those benefits. We earned those benefits. We signed a blank check on our life to defend this country, and we received benefits in return. That's part of the deal. Mm-hmm. And the fact that they've taken those benefits from us so that way they can try and squeeze us, as they say, so that way I don't know, make us miserable or whatever. But, I mean, they should not be allowed to take our benefits from us. If they start doing it here now, they're going to move on and start doing it to others in the future. So, I mean, it's another reason why everybody listening, especially if you're a veteran, you never know what you're going to say online that makes the FBI want to come knocking on your door. So please help us end this precedent right now, and join any way you can.
I'll see if I can go next, Betty, and ask that question.
Coy Griffin, you're up.
Hey, Zach, it's Coy Griffin here with some Cowboys for Trump, and I just want you to know that I'm just heartbroken for you guys, and what's been done to you.
There's Zach in the photo right now.
And I tremble at the thought of you guys still being in solitary confinement. I was in there for 3 weeks in D.C. And I know the mental abuse and the mental trauma, and it helps me pray for you guys. But I just want you to know, Zach, that we will not quit until the truth is known about January 6th and until there's transparency, because there's just no other option. We will never forget about you guys, and we will never stop fighting for you every day, because I know that you sit in there and you feel like a man without a country, because that's the way I felt. And I felt like everybody had betrayed me and left me, and I know that you have thoughts of that sometimes, Zach, but I want you to know, brother, that we think about you guys every day, every minute of the day, just about sometimes, and we won't stop fighting until you guys are out, Zach. I promise you.
I appreciate that, brother, and I just want to say that, my fight's your fight. I mean, we've heard this phrase a lot. Like, we're all in this. I mean, like I said, this is an absolute assault on the First Amendment. We didn't do anything wrong other than show up to protest that day. We showed up to protest for the Stop the Steal event, and we did nothing more. And, the things that they're doing to us, and they've done to other January 6ers, is things that happen in communist China, communist Cuba, Venezuela, whatever, not in America. And unfortunately, it's actually what's happening right now. It is happening in America. Everyone always said, not my country. Well, it is happening in our country right now, and I'm a product of it. And we just can't let this injustice go. We still have a legal process to play out. We have senators to reach out to, representatives, judges. We have to all the way up to the Supreme Court if we have to. And I hope it doesn't take that long, but I'm willing to do it if it needs to be done, because I want a future for my kids. I'm sure you want a future for your kids. Nobody wants to have to sit here and worry about getting arrested for free speech or exercising your First Amendment, or going to a protest. I mean, these are all things that our country was founded on, and things that we take pride in. So, again, I appreciate all the support, and again, like I said, my fight's your fight, vice versa. And God bless you, brother.
Eddie,
love you, brother, and you're 100% spot on everything, Zach. And your legacy is being etched in honor, brother, and you will be remembered in history as an honorable and a brave man. And we salute you. Just stay the course. We're going to get through it.
Will do, brother. Thank you very much. It means a lot. Thank you.
Go ahead, Eddie.
Hey, Zach. So Betty White wanted me to ask you this. She wants to mention about your comment that you said that the jury had convicted them for you from day one. Was that just a feeling? Was it told to you? Is there any way we can prove that? And one last thing, Sheepdog wanted to say he would die on the hill with you any day.
There's certain things that that they said post interviews that led me to believe that some of these jurors were not being completely truthful in how they were studying the case or not studying the case. I mean, they're not supposed to. They weren't supposed to be reading anything that happened prior to the trial or outside of the trial or motions, for example. But yeah, there was some comments made that's going to be brought up in future appeals and future motions as well. I don't want to get too in deep on that because it's a legal question that I need to leave for the lawyers. But I promise you, there is quite a few things, and you will be getting, you will see it. Just follow the Twitter page. When the motion comes out, you'll know what I'm talking about. But like I said, it's just something I can't get into publicly right now. So I apologize about that.
Totally understand, brother.
Suzanne?
Yeah, I just wanted to add a question from the bubble chat that I think was pretty good. Somebody asked, had your lawyers filed for dismissal and dismissal with prejudice? Can you just speak a minute, Zach, to how much these lawyers tried to get the Sixth Amendment followed in the courtroom and how much trouble they had with that?
Oh, I mean, everything they try, everything they could file to, work that they did. I mean, there was motion after motion after motion filed, and time again, we weren't allowed to get deep arguments about it, and it was dismissed. I mean, almost every single thing we filed was dismissed. I mean, it was completely one-sided in a sense, and I don't want to get into too many details and seem like I'm bashing anybody, especially a judge. But
the lawyers really did it, right? The lawyers really did their work. Everybody always says, "Did the lawyers do it?" And these guys fought really hard. I mean, I was there watching it. So, what was your thoughts on how much they fought?
I thought they did. I thought they. I mean, obviously, looking in hindsight, I mean, there's always room for improvement. Could have did it this way, could have did it that way. Maybe this would have worked better. But I mean, especially when it came to filing these motions and pointing out the First Amendment violations and Sixth Amendment violations and so on and so forth, I think they did a lot of good work. They put their heart and soul into it, and they really fought. And it's just unfortunately that this is an extremely high profile case. There's a lot on the line. And that might have been something to do with how the judge made the decision. Like I said, it's a high profile. They had an entire House committee hearings about us. It was obviously a charade for obvious reasons. But like I said, they did not want to toss this case at all. And we'll be highlighting a lot of this stuff on appeal, and I'm fairly confident as long as we have a fair appeals panel, that we'll have this overturned in appeal.
I think they will.
Go ahead, Charles.
Oh, thanks. And it's probably going to be the last time I get to talk to you for tonight. So thank you so much again for joining. But a quick question is, I know you probably can't disclose too much, but what's your life looking like going forward, I guess, with the appeals process and everything else? Like I said, it's totally understandable if you can't disclose that much, but I guess if you could elaborate as much as you can.
No, I can. I mean, you just said, how's my life looking going forward? I mean, I'm going to be in jail. I mean, we're probably going to be getting transferred to Lewisburg. Lewisburg is a federal detention center up in the middle of PA somewhere, Pennsylvania, and it seems to be where they send in a lot of the other January 6th who were convicted or plead guilty to various charges. After that, we're going to get sentenced, and then once we get sentenced, we go to a final destination, and that varies, depends on different circumstances, like whether we're interested in getting involved in certain programs or not, or how far we want to be from our home of record, things of that nature. But it's going to be a long road, and it's going to be in prison, and hopefully wherever I end up, I'll be able to have visits better than I have them now. Hopefully I get to pick up my daughter for the first time, hug my wife maybe, see my oldest daughter. It's tough. It's tough. It's gonna. I'm not sure if that beat close, but
I'm sorry, that was my phone.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I'm willing to fight it. Not just for me, but for everybody. Like I said, this is an injustice. We can't allow it to go forward. And
do you know if Joe's going to be calling after you?
Yes.
Okay, I figured as much. We wanted to just confirm.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know if we'll have time for it, but Sal, Philly, you're up.
Hey, Zach. What's up, buddy? It's Sal from South Philadelphia. I just wanted to tell you we're here for you. We love you. we support you. I've been following the trial, trying to write you as best as I could, and anything you need from us, we're here.
I appreciate it, Sal. It's good to hear from you, man. It's been a long time. And tell everybody to say what's up and hanging in there, and in this for the long haul. So
same here. We're in this. We're in this together, so we support you.
Thanks, brother. And definitely add me an email, and I'll email you back as well. All right, bro?
I will. Stay strong, man.
Will do.
Okay.
I'm not
You
sure
have 1 minute left.
Yeah, there you go. Is there anything you want to say just to round out the call?
Just in closing, thanks for everybody having me on here. I appreciate all your questions. I appreciate everybody who supports us. This is probably the hardest thing I ever had to do in my life, and it's hard. It really is. I'm a family guy. Be ripped apart from my family like
Actually,
this.
Babbitt's mom's going to talk.
Brutal. So,
well, maybe not.
Hopefully this doesn't happen to anybody else in the future, and we can beat this, together. And anybody wants to join in, feel free.
God bless
Give us
you.
a stop.
Thank you.
Yep, God bless you too.
Love you, Zach.
The caller has hung up.
All right, guys. So, also, if you guys,
All right,
we'll write Zach an
Joe Biggs
email
will
after
be
this.
calling in the next couple minutes.
So, if anybody wants to write
ahead,
Zach a message,
I was going to say,
I'll email to him.
those are all wonderful questions, everybody. I know we didn't get to all of them, so when Joe calls in, definitely keep dropping them in the chat. And I'll probably ask Joe some similar questions just to see how treatment's going between inmate to inmate. So I hope it doesn't bore you, but I think, like I said, this is a really important space for our First Amendment and to ensure the criminal justice system is working fairly and to point out ineptitudes in it. So, again, please just keep asking questions and anything that comes to mind, and hopefully we can get to them all.
Donnie does have his own Instagram. But yeah, guys, so what we'll do after this, sorry, if you guys don't know, my tooth fell out. I got to have surgery to get it fixed. So I'm waiting for my truck to get fixed so I can go to the surgery. So I'm trying to cover my face. But anybody that wants, all you got to do, type here in here if you we'll write both Joe Biggs and Zach a letter on the show. We'll do it together. And that way you guys can ask your questions. I can put them in an email. And then he can respond it to me because Zach's been writing me like every other day. So, I've been trying to keep him, busy and talking to him. And so yeah. And also, Bozo the Clown. So I want to get Bozo the Clown out of here. Bunch of wimps. Whatever. Bunch of wimps that would kick your fucking ass in a second. Thanks, Sheepdog. Hey, actually, Sheepdog, you want to pick me up from the doctor? Because it's in Mountain View. I need somebody to pick me up.
We've got Joe Biggs on the line. Welcome, Joe. Thank you so much for joining us on the National File Space tonight. I guess my first question is what are your thoughts about the Trump CNN interview when they mentioned the Proud Boy case and pardoning? And do you think that justice will be served?
Well, I don't know if justice will ever be served in this lifetime. The truth always does come out. I'm hoping that it will, but I know in the end we'll win. Good will overcome evil. The devil's called the great deceiver, and DC is pretty much that in a nutshell. Everything here is deception, and it is what it is. I expected this kind of outcome. We were even told that, prosecutors even thought that the only way they had a chance to win this was in D.C. And they were right. And it is what it is. But we are fighting, and we're not going to give up. They haven't defeated me. I am more motivated and pissed off than I've ever been in my life. I made it through combat, and I'll make it through this. So, it's good that, the president's talking about stuff, but there's still an uphill battle there. So, hopefully he gets in and, can do that. But if not, the big question is, what is DeSantis going to do if he gets in? I haven't heard him speak on the matter really, so I'm not sure. But, I'm here. I'm ready to kick ass, and we're ready to fight this thing.
All right, Charles, you're up.
Oh, thanks. Hey. Oh, hey, man. How's it going? My name's Charles. I'm with National File, the media organization hosting this space. I was wondering, how are you being treated in jail? Are you being discriminated against in terms of, I understand you're in solitary, but are you not receiving proper food? Are they not allowing you to wash your clothes? Are they not allowing you to exercise? Things like that. And then in terms of like family visitation, we're hearing that it's really limited and they're not giving you guys fair access to that. So if you could elaborate on that a little bit more too. And thank you so much again for joining.
With you, yeah, I've been in solitary for most of the time, more than any of the other guys. So, that in itself was an uphill struggle for me. Someone who dealt with depression after combat. My biggest fear when this whole thing started is that I would be put in solitary, and I sure was. And I've been in here for a long, long time, but I overcame that. As for your first question, yeah, I'm treated good pretty much everywhere I go. Law enforcement loves us, but the so-called narrative by the government was that we hated law enforcement. I won't go into all the branches of government authorities, but I can tell you, as I've moved around the country and met different types of law enforcement, they have all patted us on the back. They've all said good things about us. They treat us good. Now you get some, like lowly correctional officers at other facilities around the country that treat people bad, but everywhere I've been treated fair and honestly and talked to as a human being and not disrespected or anything like that. And everywhere I go, when I've flown Con Air, that flight came up to me and said, "Hey man, this sucks. We're sorry this is happening, and we pray for the best." And I'm getting that from all types of people that you think you wouldn't get that from. So on that front, I'm doing fine. I'm hoping to get moved to a place where I can finally not be in solitary confinement. I haven't gone outside in I don't even know how long, over a year and a half maybe, and I'm really excited for some fresh air and to get out of this horrible lit place that I'm in a cold, dark room all by myself. And the other question, I didn't hear that at all, hardly, so you'll have to re-ask that one. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think that was on my end that cut out. In terms of visitation from loved ones and friends, how is that? Are you allowed to have visitation rights equal, like compared to other inmates, or is it different?
No, I can get visitation. It's just that most of my family lives in Florida, so it's kind of a big thing. And in my absence, my mother, who was diagnosed with a cancer a couple of years ago, is now kind of the sole watcher for my child. So it's hard for her with her job to leave and come see me. But yes, I can get visitors. And if I'm able to go to Lewisburg next, which I hope, you can get 3-hour visits, or Saturdays and Sundays, and actually have contact with people that you know. So I'm looking forward to that and hoping that happens. As for being able to communicate with my other guys in here, I'm in the same place as Zach, and that's it. So 2 other guys are on the 2nd floor, and Enrique's on the 1st floor, so we're all split up. So I don't really get to talk to them at all, not since trial's over.
Our next question is from the J6 Patriot Mom.
Hi, Mr. Biggs. It's Angie.
Hey, what's going on?
Hi, baby. So I just stepped outside from the We Awaken tour. Just wanted to let you know I've done about 5 interviews today. I'm exhausted. And in every single one that I've done to advocate for my son, Mason, I have mentioned all 5 of you. I've mentioned the Proud Boys, their verdict, the injustice. Ivan Reichman and Dr. Simone Gold just finished an incredible press conference that was live. I'm going to post all the links to it. It's going to be re-aired. Everyone here is really trying to do everything they can. They're extremely upset about what happened in the courtroom with you guys. So just know that we're exhausted. The few of us that are here, we're advocating like crazy. We're talking to strangers. We're introducing ourselves, and we're fighting not only for our loved ones, but we're fighting for you guys as well. So I just wanted to share that with you, and also to let you know there was no reception in the media room, so all your calls directly cut off. 1 ring and they were done. So sorry, but I just wanted to tell you that and let you know.
All right, thanks, man.
Okay.
Next is Base Pilled podcast.
Next is who?
I said the Base Pilled podcast is up next.
Oh, okay.
All right, I don't think you can hear me, so I'm just gonna go ahead.
Oh, I got you. Sorry about that. Hey, Joe, it's Patrick Riley.
Hey, what's going on, dude?
Hey, I just wanted to say, man, like, you know, I'm heartbroken for what happened. I guess we kind of all figured you wouldn't get a fair shake with that jury, but you know, if there's anything that I can do, you know, to help, you know, that I already haven't done, like, please, man, like, let me know. I hope you can get in touch with me.
I will, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you guys got done dirty because I think that, you know, people just can't. The government didn't make a good case. They just made a case that we think these guys are jerks, so therefore sentence them. You know, and unfortunately, people are susceptible to that kind of bullshit. You know, they don't actually think about, was this a crime? Did they commit a crime? You know, and I feel awful for you, man. But, you know, I want you to know, like, if there's anything at all, like, that I can do to help you out, like, you know, get in touch with me because, man, you know, I was hoping it was going to go another way. I guess maybe I'm a terminal optimist, but, you know, this shouldn't have happened. And I miss you, man. I really do. I don't say that to be a bullshitter, but honestly, I do.
Yeah, I know. All right, man. Well, it's good to talk to you, and I will get a hold of you. I'm supposed to leave here soon, so when I get to my next spot, I'll be able to reach out.
Next up, we got Coy Griffin.
Hey, Joe, it's Coy Griffin with Cowboys for Trump, and I just want to let you know, brother, that I pray for you guys constantly. I was in there for 3 weeks, Joe, and I don't know how I could have spent one more day, man. I mean, and to think that you've been in there a year and a half is nothing short of terrifying. But
I've been in for over 2 years, but I've been in solitary for a year and a half.
Yeah, I like I said, man, I was in D.C. in the gulag for 3 weeks, and I don't know how I could have spent another day. And I try to share my testimony, and I share my experience, and I advocate for you guys as much as I possibly can, Joe. Because we're not going to quit. We're not going to quit until the truth is known, and so I just want you to know that. And one
the truth is there. The truth is there. That you know, the jurors came out and did their interviews already admitted that there was no evidence. They did this based on things they didn't see, and they also admitted that they went to parks together, museums together, ate together, did their own little investigation together. But somehow that was still allowed, and nothing was done about that.
Yeah.
Victory will happen, and the truth will come out, and the people who did wrong will be exposed.
Amen.
And that's one of the first steps that we can start exposing corruption in this twisted, hellish place called D.C. that's the most god-awful place on the planet.
But I know, but Joe, there's data that proves the fact that how biased the D.C. jury pool is. So the change of venue based on that, because you should have a jury of your peers. Your peers don't live in a place that's 95% Biden supporters. So if we could get one judge to recognize a change of venue, then it could possibly give you an option to appeal based on a ruling of a change of venue, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But we got lawyers working on it, some good guys, and I'm sure that, you know, we're going to get this done and kick some ass. But until then, I am pissed off, angry, and motivated, and I am not going to give up, and they will not beat me down. They will not discourage me. And, you know, the five of us we help each other out. If one of us gets down, we lift the other guy up. If all of them get down, I try to lift them up, vice versa. So, you know, we're a family. The five of us are, you know, we're connected for life, no matter what. So we're strong, and we're going to keep kicking ass, and that's it.
Amen. Well, we stand with you, brother. Love you.
Roger that. Thanks.
Adriana.
Hey, Big, it's Age. I love you. I'm so glad you're here with us. But, you know, my question to you would be, we know that they're trying to obviously break you down spiritually. What would be your answer to how has this brought you closer to God?
Well, I can't remember the verse right now, but in the Bible it says that God wants you to be thankful in every single situation, and that's what I've tried to do. Even in this cold, dark room I've been in for so long, I still thank God for the crappy mattress that I'm on. I thank God for the food I have and the clothes that cover me and the air conditioning in the room and the ability to use a phone in here from the tablet and all that. You have to find ways to be thankful, and God will help you get through stuff. I think this is a big test, to see just kind of what we can go through. And, I thought going through combat was the hardest thing I've done. And I was scared forever to be alone. I hate being alone. And that was my biggest fear. And sure enough, I was thrown into a place all by myself for a long time. And I learned to overcome that fear and get stronger. And, the biggest thing is you pray every day. Don't forget to pray. And you pray about things that are good. You pray, I've forgiven the jury, I've forgiven the judge, I've forgiven the prosecution, and I just hope that, in the end, the right thing will happen, and we'll be freed and go back to our families. Stay in the Bible, read every day, and praise God every chance you can.
Amen. I love you, brother, so much. I'm with you in spirit and fighting out here on the outside until you're out. We're not going to stop. So keep fighting, keep having that faith, and you know that God's going to protect you and keep you safe in that secret place, and He will make sure that you are freed and justified over all of this. So thank you so much. I love you. I'm going to let other people ask you questions now.
All right, well,
Go ahead, Suzanne.
Hey, Joe, it's me, Suzanne Monk. Just wanted to say that it was my honor to sit with you guys. I'm sorry for anything I messed up. I really tried my best to take care of you. I got all your stuff. I'm going to ship it back to your mom. So everything is taken care of. And I just wanted to let you know that I love you. And I'm not ever going to stop fighting for you guys. And I'm just glad I could be there with you.
Thank you. We appreciate it. And thank you for all the help you did with the clothes.
It's my pleasure. Jen Lowe also said she loves you. She made me promise to say that she told you she loves you.
All right.
EddieBlockFilms, please.
Hey, what's up, Joe? It's Eddie Block, brother. Hey, I just want to let you. What's up, man? I just want to let you know, man. We all love you. You're not alone in there. We're there with you. I trade places with you in a minute because you know what? You're an American hero. Anybody with a purple heart is an American hero. One question: how can anybody help you while you're in there? And then other one, real quick, and I'll let you go. Is Betty White wanted to know is what was your reaction when you found out how many federal agents were walking with us that day?
I laughed. I said, I'm not surprised. I mean, as soon as we found out about one, and then next it was two, and then it was three, I was like, were there any Proud Boys there that day? And it just became a joke. I think there was only maybe the five of us who were there that weren't feds almost. Obviously there weren't. There were other guys, just regular guys. It just became a joke with us because it seemed like every time we turned around, somebody that we thought we knew was a Fed snitch or something like that. So it just got out of control. But yeah, it was expected, and it's funny with all those government snitches that were in there. Not one of them said there was a plan or that anything happened. That's the funny thing, and yet here we are sitting here for what could be most of our life.
Yes, sir. And is there any way how can people help you?
Well, I'm about to. You can go to freejoebiggs.com. I have a thing set up there so people can donate and help. And what that money is going to do at this point in time is help my mom and my daughter, and help take care of my house and hers and stuff like that, just in my absence. And that's something that I would definitely appreciate. I don't have a way for people to reach out to me now because I'm kind of in this limbo, not knowing when we're going to move, but I think it could be Monday or next Monday. So when that happens, I'll reach out to Angie, who just called in a minute ago, and I'll let her know where we're at, or where I'm at, and then from there, that'll spread, and people can find out and contact me then.
Right on. Love you, brother. Stay strong. We're with you, man.
Yeah, you too, man. Thank you for coming, too.
Hey, I'll do it again in the appeals, brother. Hope I made you laugh a few times in there.
Yeah, it was fun.
All right, Charles, you're up.
Thank you. And thanks again, man, for joining us and telling your story. It's really sad that not many people are giving you guys the platform to tell your side of the story. And justice in America, and for the justice system to work, everybody needs to have equal speaking and an equal speaking level. And it really doesn't sound like this is happening right now. It's just so concerning. So thank you again for being brave and joining us. But my question is, I know a lot of people in this room probably know about your military service, but if you could, I guess, elaborate a little bit about your military service and your acts of patriotism, because obviously that's not being portrayed in the mainstream media. So I'd love to hear. Obviously, everyone here knows you're a patriot, but if you could just, I guess, reiterate what you've done for service to this country.
After 9/11 happened, my best friend and I talked about joining the military. He went to the Marines and went straight in combat. I was still a little bit younger than him, and I wanted to still kind of party and be a kid. He gets shot, and I said, screw it, I'm going to go over there and kick these guys' ass. So I join up and go over there, and I find myself within 6 months in Iraq, and I'm doing what's considered the most dangerous job there is over there, doing convoy security, transport, and KVR fuel truckers that provide security for them. And that fuel went to every AO. So most of these people who work in areas of operation in the country, say Fallujah, Ramadi, Taji, US, or anything like that, they're all spread out, and they need fuel to be able to continue to go on their missions and go after, insurgents and things like that. So our job was to travel the entire country and take fuel to them, which made us a giant target. So we were hunted. We had IEDs put out for us all the time. I don't know how many funerals I went to, how many explosions I saw, how many times I almost died. Actually, one story, it was September 26th or 27th, 2006. I'm driving over a place called the Samara Bypass, and the convoy had just cleared up. They had just been hit with an IED, and people had been injured and were lifted out, and the route was clear. So we drove over the bridge. I'm listening to Metallica. I actually able to wire it into the headset. We're jamming out the Metallica. And I remember coming over the bridge, and the early morning sun was rising. And if you've ever been to an airport, you look across the long pavement out there, and you see the summer glimmer. You see that weird, mirage look. And I saw that on the top of the bridge as I was peeking over. And the last second, I saw a satchel in the middle of the road, and I go, that's a boom. And the vehicle was up into the air, and in that time, everything went in slow motion. The ASV was thrown up into the air, all 4 tires were blown off. It went up, floated, hit the ground, spun sideways, and flipped, and then landed just over the fence of the Tigris River and was kind of rocking back towards, I think it was the Tigris. And 2 guys came in and were able to rip the tank doors off, because they're basically, it's like a tank, but it's an SUV. And the tank doors were ripped off, and they were able to pull us out. My gunner's face was crushed in. My head was bleeding. My right leg was ripped up a bit, and it was a horrible experience. But I get pulled out. I start driving to head to the hospital. A special forces unit from a place called Brasco 4 came and picked us up and started taking us to Camp Anaconda, where their huge hospital facility was. And on the way there, I got blown up again. So twice in a row. So stuff like that happened a lot. That's where the Purple Heart came in. Afghanistan was different. No IEDs really. I mean, there were, but our biggest thing was actual Taliban attacks and Al Qaeda and things like that in the mountains. Suicide bombers. BDID is the vehicle-borne explosive device that they drive up to a compound and just obliterate it with this giant vehicle full of explosives. Lost people there. But that's in a nutshell. That's kind of the things that happen. And, I lived through that, and I survived, and God God didn't get me through that just to give up here. So the fight continues.
Thank you. That was a really deep answer. It's kind of hard to follow up with that. Excuse me. Because that's just amazing, and thank you so much for your service. And how, I guess, estimated, how much time do you think you spent in Iraq and Afghanistan total?
About a year and a half in Afghanistan and a year in Iraq.
Wow. Again, thank you again for your service. I'm 29, and I was in second grade when 9/11 happened. And it just feels like every time, my whole generation, we've just been at war. And looking back on it, it feels like you're going to be a part of two really historic equations that have happened in our country. And this is just such an important time. Is there anything else you would, I guess, like to maybe get off your chest that nobody's really hinted at or no one's really asked you, but it could just be about anything in life?
Well, I never really read that much before, but I've read now probably 500 books since I've been in, at least 1,000-page books. My favorite book so far, Pillars of the Earth by Kim Coulter, and World Without End by Kim Coulter, and Winds of War by Herman Wouk. These are great books, and those have helped me get through a lot of things. I didn't know that I had such a passion for reading, but now I'm a reading nut. And that's something that I've never really been a big fan of, other than reading tactical books and stuff like that. But fiction, I like historical fiction a lot, and that's something new that I've discovered from CNN here about myself. And also that I'm pretty freaking strong. I feel like I'm a Terminator at this point because I've gone through so much hell in my life. At this point in time, I feel like I'm ready for anything.
How's the, I guess, prison library? Do you have access to a lot of books? Do you fear you could run out of things to read?
Depends on where you go. I can't have books sent to me or anything like that in this particular place. It's stupid. But they do have books that pass through, and when I get good ones, I hold on to them and try to keep them with me because I know most of the people here use books for weight bags, and to me that's just, wrong. It pisses me off. So I use books for reading. So whenever I see something good come along, I snatch it up and hide it in my room, and I read those. I've gotten to really like the Jack Reacher books. Those are fun. Jack Carr is awesome. I like the Terminal List. Those are great books. And hopefully if I get to go to Lewisburg and PA, I can have books sent to me so I can continue this reading bonanza that I've been going through.
Oh, that was actually my follow-up question, is if it was possible for, I guess, people to donate books to you so you can continue to read and always
when I get to the next slide, information will be put out, and I'll let people know where they can send books to.
Joe, Kim Coulter here. I was just wondering, as a journalist, as somebody who's, trying to get these stories out, what are the angles that are most important for us to be looking at, and what is the information that's most important to help you guys in this current situation?
Well, right now we can't put all our hope in one person. A lot of people are thinking that Trump's going to win, and given what we've seen happen so far, it's not the most sure thing in the world. I would like to see people ask DeSantis what his stance is and what his view is on this entire thing. The fact that we were convicted of something that we didn't do, and there was zero evidence of, there was no violence, and we're looking at possibly 20 years or more. This is injustice. This is insane, and I want to know what Ron DeSantis of Florida will do if he becomes president. That's my big question.
Faith Filled Podcast, I think you'll probably be the last question.
Hey Joe, just if I were to send a couple of books your way, would you say right now that you're willing to teach Rufio to read them?
That I what?
Would you teach Rufio to read books if I send them?
Oh yeah, I will.
Okay.
I gotta get him and the rest of the guys to stop eating crayons. But yeah, I'll try to get him a learn. Yeah, what I really want, I'll say right now, I've already read The Terminalist by Jack Carr. He's a former Navy SEAL, but I haven't read his other books, and I think he's only got like 4 or 5 more right now. I really want to read those Jack Carr books because I like how he writes, and he brings his Navy SEAL experience in combat into his stories and makes it really realistic, and uses certain situations he's been in to kind of like make his characters thrive and do really well.
They're on the way, shipmate. They're on the way.
All right, cool. And then just to say, I'm not going to talk to any legacy media. That's not going to happen ever again. They won't get a single word from me. They can all kiss my ass. They're deceitful and liars. The only one that I would talk to is Matt Gutman, who used to work for ABC. I know him personally. I think he's a great guy, a good person. He's honest and has integrity, so that's about it. But other than that, if you guys want to donate or help me, check out freejoebiggs.com. And like I said, that's going to go to my little girl. She just turned 6. Last time I saw her, she was 3 years old. And I always wanted to be a father. So it sucks right now that I'm missing out on the best years. That completely breaks my heart. And, I'm not going to lie, it makes me cry a lot. So, I love that little kid. She's the greatest thing in the world that's ever happened to me. And I actually picked out her name when I was in Iraq back in the day. So I've always wanted to be a dad, better than the old dad I had. I had a dad who was never around, so now I don't want to be that guy.
You're the best dad. Don't ever forget that. She will always know that, and she loves you more than life. You are phenomenal.
Thank you.
Well, thank
to all the moms out there, happy Mother's Day. You guys are all badass, especially all the moms who have tirelessly spent the days and nights talking about how they can help.
You have 1 minute left.
So we appreciate a mom. Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you, Joe. We really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us, and you have my number now, so anytime you need to reach out about anything, you can always reach out.
Roger that, will do. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Big.
The caller has hung up.
All right, guys. So I'm willing to keep this space open if anybody wants to share their thoughts about this or just continue the conversation. I know that there's a lot of people who are going through a similar situation or are on the other side of dealing with this situation, and I'd love to hear from y'all. See what everyone's thinking and feeling right now.
I just want to thank you for having the space. First off, that's just what I want to thank you for doing this. It means a lot to the guys and it means a lot to the community. So we appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll do this anytime, day or night. I'm willing to host a platform for any of them. So hopefully we can get more people aware, because honestly, there's information that I'm sure most of the people in this room had no idea about that came out today. I know there was even something I've been, as most of you guys who have been following this and dealing with this from the start know, I've been right there with you, and there's a lot of stuff that even I, quite a few things that were news to me. So yeah, thank you guys for all your thoughtful questions, and I'm really glad that we were able to do this. I see a new speaker being added if you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I just want to thank you guys for making this opportunity. I'm a brother from South Carolina, and it's great to hear that people are taking care of our guys. So thank you.
Yeah, of course. If there's anything else, anyone listening, I said this last time, I'm sorry, I've been dealing with some medical stuff myself, so I haven't been as on my game, but I'm available. I answer the direct messages over here at National File and at Coulter Culture. I have a great team over at the National File, and we're here, and we're more than willing to put our name behind supporting you guys and helping your families and making sure that you guys get your stories told, because as Charles said before, it is not an equal you guys don't get equal representation. It doesn't happen And I want to make sure that there's at least some platform that is available for people to hear these stories and for people to hear this information. Go ahead, William Campbell.
Yes, thank you for hosting this. Just wanted to say that I don't know if anyone here is familiar with Patrick McSweeney. He's an attorney in Virginia. I know him. He might be somebody that it would be worth having a consult with. I'm not sure who is leading the attorneys for this group, but definitely would recommend Patrick McSweeney. I've known him for years, and I believe, like Mike Lindell, is currently someone that he's helping. So just wanted to put that out there. Definitely recommend.
All right, guys, we're going to donate $500 to Joe. What do you guys think?
His opinion on some of
you guys
these
want to donate $500 to Joe's daughter?
That have been happening. And that's all it's going to have to say.
So we're going to do. We're going to donate $500 right now. We would definitely love to be in touch.
So feel free to send us a message or to. We'll be in touch.
He's only had $578 donated.
DM me, contact email. I'll forward you his information.
Okay, great. I'll send that to you right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Well, and Kim, I'm just going to add, you did this space right, and for everybody else who holds these spaces with defendants or people, this is how you should do it. This is how you should do it. This was a very well-run space, and I just want to thank you for doing a really good job.
Well, I really appreciate that. I'm glad to know that I did it, that I did well, and I'm just happy to be able to help at all. So
stuff, huh?
I appreciate the positive feedback, and I'm just gonna get this email over real quick. So if anybody else wants to have the floor, that's fine. I'm just gonna be muted for a second while I type this out.
I didn't realize you could see what I was doing there.
I actually have a request. So the General, if you're here and you're listening, can you please say a prayer for us? I want to add you as a speaker. I sent you a request or an invite.
Yeah, thank you, Mike Jones.
Oh yeah, that would be fantastic. I think that's exactly the kind of energy we need in the
pay some money on my credit card to make sure that
General,
thing goes
if
through.
you can accept that invitation, the floor is yours. You're welcome to come speak.
I always because they don't let you do Twitter Spaces. You have to do it on your phone. I don't know why. It's a joke. Which one was
You
it?
can always request to speak as well. I'm not sure. I don't see the.
I wonder.
What's his handle, Adriana?
It's the General 249.
There you guys go. We donated $500.
I just invited him. Maybe he'll get that one.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, I just invited him as well.
Oh, Bozo actually subscribed. Bozo, thank you for subscribing. You know, you're just, every time you type and every time you subscribe.
Charles, is there anything you want to say while we're waiting for the General?
You just add to it.
I was just going to ask if I know we've had a lot of people who have faced charges or their family members. If there's anyone who hasn't, if that's happened to you or your family, a close friend or your part of family, and you haven't spoken yet, or you have.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, it's all right.
Yeah. Give me a second. Give me just 1 minute. I'll come back on.
No, you're good. You're good right now. We can we can have other people speak, but we would definitely love to hear from you.
That's for his daughter, so we had to do that.
Go ahead, General.
Yeah. Just give me 1 second here.
Oh, no, you're good. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Charles, you can finish your sentence, so to give him a minute.
Like I said,
I was just gonna say even what I was gonna say, if you're, I guess, directly involved in this and you have a little bit more to say, we'd love to hear from you. I don't know if it will be right now or after the General talks, but it could be anything like what we discussed in the last call, just something that not being discussed or a little discussed or a little tidbit like a reading or something new we could learn. We definitely love to hear it.
Boy, both of you're just on a mission, huh?
Well, yeah, and Charlie,
Okay.
that question that made that great story that got Joe telling that great story, that was awesome. So that definitely was must listen Twitter space. So good job.
Oh yeah, that was an amazing story.
Well, thank you, Suzanne. And I think, yeah, it's so important to get these stories out there because, like I said, the mainstream media is kind of dehumanizing people, and that's not how the legal system's supposed to work. It's supposed to work on facts, not dehumanization. So the stories that, like I said, that are close to people's heart are, I think, really important to get out there.
Thanks, you dog. I
Thank you,
appreciate
Charles.
that.
General, if you're, I think you were tagging back in.
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and read this this prayer of restoration, and then I'm going to go ahead and finish with my own prayer. You'll bow your heads. Dear Lord, we have seen the damage firsthand that these storms have caused in all these lives. We know the destruction. We know the aching and the devastation that all of this has caused. At times it can seem impossible that anything beautiful or good can come from any of these sorrows. We know within our hearts that this isn't the end of the story and that you have something far greater to come for all these men and women. Father, we ask you for your hand in these lives and ours. We pray for the restoration of these lives by your process. Your process may not look like what we think or we want or we plan, but we know that because you see all that is going on, that was, that is to come, that ultimately you will do what is most compassionate and best for all of us. Father, today we come before your holy throne to ask your restoration in these lives, in our lives. We submit ourselves to your ever-loving will and kindness throughout. Father, we come before you in pain. We know that you know our pain. We know that you know the evils that have been brought upon these J6ers. We know that you're with us through all of this. Father, we ask for miracles to happen. We ask for this evil to be exposed. We ask for your grace to be placed upon these men and women's lives that have been attacked so horribly wrongfully. We pray for your forgiveness. We pray that you lead us with your Holy Spirit to do the things that we need to correct and fix the damage that this evil has done. We pray that you guide us down the narrow path and lead us to what will ultimately be your victory, Lord. And we pray all this in Yeshua's name. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, General. That was very beautiful. So I want to again thank everybody for joining the space tonight. Again, I'm totally willing to leave it open. If anybody else wants to share anything, if anybody wants to offer a prayer, if anybody wants to, share their experience, whether it be personal or family member. I'm also willing to hear some nice stories. I know we got some good personal family and friends of both Joe and Zach. So if anybody wants to share anything, the floor is open to you.
What's up, Be Happy?
Well, I'm just mad I missed a little bit of this. I just caught on towards the end. But old Joe, he's a fighter. He's strong. That's the that's a real man right there, and that's exactly what the government had to try to go after, was the real men that were willing to do the right things and step up and protect people that that obviously there was plans to attack, and they all went there to protect against Antifa and any BLM type characters or anything like that would show up there. Little did we know that they would be going there and not being attacked by them, but they would be attacked, by the government that day. And it's it's men like Joe, it's men like Lucas Denny, it's men like all the ones out there that went there for good purposes and honorable purposes to make sure that people weren't attacked like they were. And the stories that we continuously get are that they were attacked, that they were sitting there. I mean, there was people praying, there was women and children being attacked, shot with pepper spray, attacked, and over and over we continuously hear how they talk about these people that were insurrectionists and all these horrible people. And the reality is that they have to try to attack the men that were willing to stand up and protect the people the way they needed to. And, it's truly a mark on this country, on this government, to have done what they've done. I think they know that they haven't gotten away with it. I think they know that the tide has turned and that this situation and the truth is coming out. I think there's going to be a whole lot more that's going to be coming out. I think Tucker's going to probably blow the lid off a lot of things. I think he knows about a lot of stuff that has not been divulged. I truly believe that when it comes down to it, I heard Joe, not too, thrilled with Trump, and that's okay. I've got my doubts and I've got my things that I don't like about Trump, but I will be voting for him in 2024 because I know that when it comes down to it, he has repetitively said that he will be, pardoning the people, that absolutely need to be pardoned for January 6th. And he also said that it'll be the larger majority of the people that they've gone after. So I truly believe that all this is backfiring on them. It's not doing what they intended to do. And really what they wanted was to be able to have an open field day and to be able to hunt Americans down indefinitely for that day. It's absolutely, they thought it was the gateway to just be able to go after anybody they wanted to for as long as they want to. And I don't think that's what's happened. I think it's fallen apart. Their narrative has fallen apart. I think that in the end, truth prevails, and we've shed a lot of light on the things that they did that day that caused that day to even occur. So, the abominations that happened, the murders that occurred, the lack of justice for those people's lives that were taken, along with the heavy-handed, unfair, unconstitutional, and completely lack of due process that they've all, experienced, I don't think is going to stand, y'all. So that's just my 2 cents on it.
So I did also want to say, I haven't known them as long as a lot of you guys, but I did want to share about the morning before we were heading to the speech. There's, all these insinuations of grand conspiracy and all this, but I'll tell you firsthand, the only thing and the thing they probably pre-planned for the most was what to do and what would happen if we were to be attacked and how to protect the 2 pregnant women that were in the group. They cared about that more than just about anything else. They wanted to make sure that we were safe and that we were protected. So I just wanted to say that from my firsthand experience. I was on the train long before people were going to the Capitol, but having been with those guys in the morning, we prayed. We, tried to fix our hangovers. I helping hand out Advil to people. I shouldn't say mine. I didn't have a hangover that morning, but you understand what I mean. It was people just going about their day. And I think in retrospect, if we had known what was going to happen, everybody would have been home with their families, because we just wanted to go there to support our president. We wanted to go there for all altruistic reasons. There was no horrible conspiracy behind any of this. No sedacious conspiracy was committed. And I think that with everybody here, you getting to hear that firsthand from the boys, you can understand what kind of people they are. Joe Biggs is talking about he forgives them. That's not a hateful man, guys. That's just not. Neither of these guys have the hate in their hearts that a lot of people wouldn't be able to resist having gone through all of this experience. So I just want you, when you think about this, when you're talking to people about this, I hope you feel empowered to reach out to your local congressman, reach out to the local politicians on their behalf, because this is not justice and this is not America. This is something totally bastardized. So I think I saw Based Pilled Podcast Pan go up first, and then Eddie, you can go right after.
I just have to say, this drives me crazy that people think that we should bank on Donald Trump pardoning these guys. Are you kidding me? He could be paying their legal bills right now. He's not doing that.
Exactly.
He could have pardoned them before he left office. He didn't do that because he doesn't care. Donald Trump doesn't care about anybody except for Donald Trump. And if you think, honestly, that Donald Trump is going to, save these guys, you're betting on some bullshit. We have to, seriously look ourselves in the face right now and admit that this guy's a charlatan who doesn't give a fuck about anybody whose name ain't Trump. And so if he gets the opportunity to pardon Joe, damn, I feel bad for Joe because it won't never happen.
I got to bounce back because I feel like that's probably, addressing kind of what I said. I don't understand, I don't understand why he hasn't stepped up to the plate earlier, but there's a lot of things that are going on that a lot of people don't know about. Okay. And there's a lot of representation. There's a lot of things that are happening in the works right now. So, I would just caution a little bit of patience.
Excuse that we've been listening to since 2016.
Nah,
come on, man. You got to do better,
man. Hey, excuse me. Don't talk over me. All right. So there are things that you don't know that are going on, okay, that I am privy of, okay, that some of the others aren't in here are privy of, that are going to assist the J6ers. So better late than never. I can't say that I'm happy about him waiting as long as he has, but if there is going to be active attempts to assist these J6ers, and any time in the near future, okay, from Trump or any representatives of him, I'm going to be open for that. Okay. So I'm not saying that I'm happy with what he's done, how he hasn't stepped up to the plate the way he could have. But what I'm telling you is that never say never. And, the bottom line is, if he does step up to the plate and things happen and assistance is given, okay, then we need to give proper respect where it's due. And that's all I got to say about that, man. You can have your thoughts on him. I've got a lot of things I'm pissed off about Trump. Okay. I'm not a Trumpy. I'm not a big, MAGA hat wearing guy either. I'm none of that stuff, man. I don't like what he did with COVID. I don't like what he did with a lot of things, bump stocks. There's a lot of things I don't agree with, and I'm actually pretty upset about with him. And a lot of people, I've had people that, are not happy with the way my stance is, with how I've talked about Trump too, because I'm critical of him as well. But I'm telling you that there's a possibility in the future that he steps up to the plate. And if he does that, then I'm going to give him the proper respect when he does that. That's all I'm saying, man.
So, if I may step in on the subject of Trump and what he has done or hasn't done, I guess I could just reiterate the timeline for everyone. If you don't know, I'm a contributor to National File, so I've actually written extensively ever since the footage first got released to Tucker, to the point where there's still 4,100 hours out there that have been pledged to be released but have not been released. But as soon as the first round of video came out on Tucker Carlson tonight that made public everything you guys knew, he did start posting that these people need to be let go and these charges need to be dropped. And I think that's really when everything caught on. But again, that couldn't have been done without, if you remember, Democrats had control and everything was locked up. So no one could see it, they could just hear it. And you can do what you want with that information, I guess. But I guess I just wanted to refresh the timeline for everyone on this space as to what's been going on in terms of the J6 narrative and the J6 information. But I think it's also really critical that the public see these 4,100 hours of promise.
I should have never let them all cut in front of me. I was
been
next.
promised to us by the Speaker of the House. And one simple thing I think everyone can do that's really easy is just call, especially if you have a Republican congressman, just call their office and just ask,
I thought I
where's
texted
the
you, bro.
video that was promised? We'd like to see it. It's our right as an American citizen to see it. We were promised it. When's it coming out? And I think once the 4,100 hours get released to the public, it could. No one really knows what will happen, but
I don't know why these things are sticking now.
I'm sure you guys can think what will happen, and I have an opinion that I think it could change the narrative even more. But those 4,100 hours need to come out, and they need to come out immediately. And I know I'm repeating myself, but we were promised that by people who work for us. So I think it's up to everyone on this call to call those people's offices and be like, where's the video?
Hey,
thank you, Charles. That is a really. Go ahead, Eddie. It's your turn.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to say, we have a great opportunity here. They say when a veteran goes overseas, their wife also serves our country. We have Zach's wife in here right now. Maybe we should ask her some questions and see how she's doing. If there's any way we can help her too. Just thought I'd mention that.
You're absolutely right. If the floor is yours, if you would like to say something or if you would like to address the space.
Oh, I'm sorry, me. I'm sorry. I was not listening for a moment. I've Zach and my daughter out with me right now. So could you actually repeat the question?
Oh, just we, as you're the wife of someone going through this right now. We just wanted to know, after having listened to this whole story, is there any way that we can support you in this time? The comparison that was made is when men get shipped to war, it's their wives are shipped with them, and you're dealing with this right alongside him, and we just want to know how we can offer our support and our aid to you and your family.
I mean, honestly, the biggest thing is always just sharing like all positive articles about these guys, because one of the biggest things I personally feel is like whenever there is like positive posts and positive articles, they don't get a lot of shares as like compared to like very left-leaning media, and continued prayers, and that's really about it. I mean we our fundraiser, and Joe has his fundraiser, and that's any of the families like with their fundraisers, because at this point in time that's who it's supporting, is all the families, the kids. But just even sharing the positive media to like really help savage their name, like before they even go into the Court of Appeals.
Well, our team at National File is certainly committed to helping you share as much as possible and to as wide of an audience as possible. We're not necessarily as big as some of these other right-wing companies, but we compete with them still, and our narratives still get massive traction. So like I said, I want to take advantage of this platform to offer you the assistance you need doing just that. So going forward, if there's anything that comes out, anything that you need, please don't hesitate to reach out to myself. Charles up here is also a contributor for the National File. So if you can't reach me for whatever reason, he has let me know that he is willing to have conversations with families and with people who are still incarcerated. So, our hearts are with you, and we're ready to fight this battle alongside you.
Thank you so much for that. And thank you so much for having Zach and Joe on tonight. It means the world to us. To have any type of media attention for these guys is just in a positive light it's amazing.
Well, they're great guys, and they honestly deserve a lot better. And I hope that all these prayers and stuff, I know that they're going somewhere, and I know that God has a plan. But sometimes I wish. Suzanne, feel free to go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say we definitely need to keep sharing positive articles, and I think one of the things you can do is actually share these with your elected officials They don't know a lot of what's really going on. When Trisha and I went and met with Jim Jordan's office on Friday, we were as shocked that they didn't know stuff as they were shocked at what they were finding out. So send them. Feel free to send them articles. Take a chunk out of it, put it in an email or in a fax. If you don't live in their district, a lot of these guys take fax, and you can send them for free. If you go to faxzero.com, and they have a section of their website that lets you send faxes to your congresspeople. It's a great way to get through the email wall and get something in front of them. So share these stories with your elected officials, and that's made a huge difference. That's why we see people talking about it on the campaign trail. With why we see Trump talking about it. The left is going to want to talk about it. We should be making our politicians talk about it too. As we go into the 24 election cycle, every single politician who gets your vote should be somebody who supports justice for the January 6th. And frankly, I don't want to be voting for anybody who doesn't.
Suzanne, that was a really strong point. The left is going to talk about this. So I noticed in 2022, the midterms, especially the left was talking about this, and a lot of people running for office didn't have an answer. And I think that cost a lot of races. And in 2024, we cannot lose these races. So, like I said, you were spot on. Conservatives running for office need to have an answer because they're going to be asked about this. And they're going to be asked about it often and over and over and over again. But the beautiful thing is if they have a good answer and it's well thought of, and that's, I guess, where y'all come in, because if you guys are talking to your members of Congress about this, the staff will pay attention, and the staff does know they're going to be asked about this. But the staff also wants to hear your stories too, because they need to hear your stories to answer the question. And that's what we're going to do here at National File too, with these articles. Is hopefully, I think a lot of people will read these, and it will help answer the question when they're going to be asked it. And they're, like we said, they're going to be asked it often.
I see you typed that in, Grod. So today we just donated $500.
Praying Hawk.
Hey, you guys. Yeah, it's Julie out in Chico, Butte County, California. Just I wanted you to know that people out here know the truth, and we support you all of you that were there, all of you that are suffering, all your families that are suffering. I do everything I can to make sure Doug LaMalfa, my Congress member, knows that this is important to me, and he needs to make sure he
those don't work on this channel,
doing something. My fight are these bioweapons, these vaccines. I'm pissed off as much as you are with Trump for not standing up sooner, but I know there are reasons. I clearly know there's reasons. If we don't uncover every single thing,
so you guys know,
we will wake up tomorrow or next year and still be here. We need every single fool to be uncovered. So I do believe that he has our best interest at heart. I wholeheartedly believe that. Now, currently for the general or the whatever, I'm voting for RFK Jr. But in the meantime, I know that at the end of the day, Trump's my man, my president. But I want you guys to know that California knows, and we believe, and we know. And I wasn't there, and I've watched every single thing I can to have a position. But I know this: we pardoned men that were in the Confederate side of the Civil War in less time. Under 2 years it took to pardon men who shot their brothers in the Union. So this is outrageous on its face. So I just wanted to say that. And God bless you all. God bless this space. And thank you. It's Julian Chico.
Thank you very much. Space Pilled Podcast. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I don't think we should make this a left and right issue about when it comes to justice for these guys, because, I've been friends with Joe for years. I've been friends with Adriana for years, who introduced me to Joe. And I'm a lefty. I'm a lefty, photojournalist, and anybody who knows me knows that. But I don't think that these guys got a fair shot, and I think that it's a travesty of justice. And I think that we all have to understand that breaking it down to just whether this is I'm a lefty or I'm a right winger or whatever is just counterproductive. We're talking about justice. We're talking about fundamental fairness. And if you
guys, if you got a drink in your hand, take a shot for the boys.
That, hey, because you're a left winger or you're a right winger, you can't possibly be fair. We're just going to disintegrate as a society. We have to do better than this. And I think that we are better than this. I hope we all. I know Adriana is better than this. I know Joe's better than this. I know Rufio's better than this. Enrique, man, I don't know, but whatever. I'm just saying.
I appreciate what you're saying. I think it's a very good point, and I think that you're right. I know that I'll speak for myself personally. It's difficult to unblur that line with everything that's been going on the last 5 or 6 years. But you're absolutely right. It does not and should not break down to party dynamics, because it's not about the party right now. It's about justice.
Do you guys want to stay in here, or do you want to go?
I appreciate what you have to say about that.
Into my Discord where you all can join.
I'm losing track of who's going first,
and
but
then
I believe
we can write an email to Joe and to Jeff.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Base real quick. Anyway, I totally agree with that. For the most part, there's a portion of the radical left that specifically just hates us and just is trying to ruin our lives at every possible moment. But that's not everybody who's liberal. That's not everybody who's actually on the left. And frankly, I think there's a lot of change coming for the Democrat Party as well from the grassroots, just like we saw over here on the right. And I support you guys with that. And I frankly am going to be here in D.C. making sure Robert Kennedy gets on the ballot. So, yeah, I think there is a lot of opportunity to just to support the right kind of American politics on both sides, where we support the Constitution, and that's all I think any of us would want from either party. So 100% thumbs up on that.
All right. So yeah, this is a right and left wing type of thing. I'm not a Republican, but I'm sure as hell not a Democrat. I'm definitely not left. I have nothing really to do with politics. I definitely don't fit in a Republican setting, but I sure as hell don't fit in a left wing setting. This stuff that's being perpetrated against these people over January 6th is being perpetrated by one party. Okay. The other party that's out there has done nothing and sat there and watched these individuals languish. So, while we watched the economy fell, we watched the border invasion happen. We watch, interest rates go sky high. We watch our money being sent over to Ukraine. Ukraine is not necessarily just, the left doing that. But we can obviously look at this situation that we're in with January 6th, and we can see, and we should be able to see the truth behind what happened that day. What happened that day, it was horrible. And every day since then has been a constant reminder that this government is willing to violate the civil rights of Americans. So, while we want to act like and play like this isn't some, political type of thing, these people are political prisoners, okay? And they're being held by one side of the political spectrum, not the other. So I'm not going to pussyfoot around with anybody about it. The reality is that the left has absolutely turned this into something that it never had to be from the day it happened. As things happened that day, things have been covered up. We got to watch a sham of a January 6th committee, attempt to, smear and attack, everybody that was there that day. We watched the left-wing media turn this narrative of insurrection into, complete nonsense. They don't even use insurrection anymore because they realize it wasn't an insurrection. Okay. So it's kind of like, we have to come to the table of truth behind what's really going on. And I mean, while I don't agree with Republicans on a lot of things, and I think that, the right has been essentially sold out, especially, defending a lot of these people that have gone through absolute living hell with their due process being violated, their civil rights being violated, their bond being revoked based on lies and made up nonsense. Most of them veterans that had served this country proudly. We have to identify that there is one party that's doing this. So if you're leaning left and you're looking at this and you're saying, this is just a bad deal and that's just the way it goes, then you have to understand that you're advocating, you're okay with it. You're saying that it's all right. Okay. And that's something that we have to identify, like I said, I absolutely will not identify as a Republican. I definitely sure as hell, after everything that I've seen and the civil rights violations, the lack of due process, and the unfair trials that have been happening in D.C., I cannot I cannot advocate any support or my hand of friendship to anyone that thinks that this is okay. So, I know a lot of people that lean left that have been educated and learned about what's gone on with these people that they've gone after, how they pointed guns and rifles and raided people's homes and pulled their kids out at gunpoint, that absolutely would never agree with what they've done. So, at this point in time, you got to look, if you're leaning left, you got to look at, what you're supporting. You have to look at, the overall topographical map of destruction that's happening in this country and what's happened to these people, these J6ers, and what they've done and what they've gone through. So I'm going to leave it there.
All right, we got Suzanne and then Eddie.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, in my perspective, that and I am a Republican, and that for the matter of principles, because republicanism is a federation of individual sovereigns operating on a consensus rather than majority rule by force. So, I'm going to always choose that principle over being a Democrat. But I think the problem is we have a lot of elites that are in power, and we have that on both sides. I know we like to blame Nancy Pelosi for January 6th, but Mitch McConnell was just as in charge of the Capitol Police that day. So there's guys in the Republican Party that are literally in the way, and that's why we, the people, have to really engage it. That's what I'm saying when we say we have to make this an issue every politician has to answer to, because that's what's been effective so far. By raising this issue to our elected officials, we've let them know it's something we care about, and their tone has changed from 21, when we first started talking about this issue and nobody wanted to talk about it, till now. And we see it being talked about in the town hall. We see it being a constant issue in Congress, and we see more and more individuals in Congress barely starting to care. So we need to keep pushing, because the reason they're caring doesn't have anything to do with right or left. It really has to do with us pushing them to do it. And yeah, we're pushing our Republicans harder because a lot of us are here on the Republican side. But I think there are people within that might vote on the other side of the aisle that should push their people too away from this fascism, away from this idea that you want to physically attack your political opponents with the government. So I think there are people out there. So if you exist, may you be unicorns, I don't know, but if you exist, please go tell your party to behave itself and do something, because we got to fix this country. We can't run any further into totalitarianism than we are right now.
Yeah, I agree with Susanna. In the past, I voted for a Democrat. I did, because I thought he was the best candidate there, and I felt he had the same judgment that I did. Yes, he was a Democrat, but it was the same. But back to the raiding of houses, my house was raided by the FBI. I'm not saying I went through anything that anybody else here has gone through, nothing that bad, but it's crazy, that the government can just walk into my house, because they wanted my footage, and I said, no, I'm a journalist. I don't have to give it to you. So what they did was they went and they got a search warrant. They raided my house, ransacked through it for 5 hours, took $30,000 worth of equipment. I'm disabled in a mobility scooter. I live alone with my dogs. They didn't even leave me a cell phone to call for help if I fell. Then when I had to go testify in court, they didn't say they would arrest me for testifying, but they said, well, we're not going to guarantee you that we won't arrest you when you come to testify. Don't trust the government. Like Suzanne, I showed her and Adrian a photo today. The FBI today, once again, went into my accounts, and they tried getting into my accounts again. It said login from Washington, D.C. on the iPad that was taken from my house. You guys can't trust the government anymore. We got to think about ourselves as Americans and put America first.
All right, I'm gonna have to wrap up somewhat soon. If anybody has any closing remarks they would like to make, please put your hand up, and I
forgot about that.
Go in order.
God rides a Harley. Brownie.
Whatever you guys want to do.
I think we're going to do is we're going to go and we're going to email.
I guess I'll say one thing to close out if you don't mind.
Go right ahead.
You know, what we all can agree on is that things have gone horribly wrong. And there's a lot of people that have been responsible for steering us in the wrong direction. And, you know, it's, you know, we've been divided before in this nation, but I don't think we've ever been divided as much as we are now.
That's what they
want.
One
thing we can all count on and understand is that things are getting worse. And as they get worse, we're all going to suffer. Okay. The one thing that we don't need to allow to happen ever, no matter what your politics are, is to allow this government to ever attack the people in any kind of capacity, unwarranted. If this was happening to Democrats, I would absolutely have been doing the same thing that I'm doing right now to assist them. Okay. And that's something that needs to be understood. That's the real reality that we need to get down to.
My Discord, guys,
is that when it comes down to this is beyond politics. This is abuse. This is abuse of power. This is tyrannical. This is, you know, stuff that, you know, destroys countries, and we're in the middle of destruction. Okay. And if this government continues down this road, okay, it's going to destroy this country even further to the point of no return. So, you know, we're in a bad situation. 2.5 years now. Okay. And we're in a horrible situation right now. You know, it's, I'm not going to talk crap. I just don't have it left in me, but I can tell you right now, this is not where we were about 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago. And we're in a horrible situation, and we're all in it together, like it or not. And it's not going to get better. It is only heading downhill. So as these people continue to drive this ship directly into the iceberg, you know, just realize there's only going to be the elites that are going to be jumping out in the float in the rescue boats. It's not going to be us that are going to be welcome on there. You know, so, you know, everybody needs to be paying attention. It really isn't about politics, but it kind of is in this situation with J6, what happened on that day and all the stuff that they've done, you know, to these people. But, you know, so, I mean, just take a good look at this. And one thing I do respect, Based and Pilled, is that you said that you don't agree with what's happened, you know, and nobody should. You know, I mean, some people are just so politically blind that they don't want to even hear any of these stories. They don't want to hear any of this, what's happened to these people. They don't want to hear any of the abuses of the torture of the, you know, lack of due process, the civil rights. They don't want to hear any of it. They don't care, because in their mind, they just don't think the people should have been there that day. And that's justification for anything that happens to them. And anybody that thinks like that, man, I don't have time. I just don't have time for it, man. You know, I mean, that's the kind of mentality of, oh, if the Republicans got a hold of it, you know, and something happened and a trap was set for the Democrats, you know, would I be okay with completely obliterating these people's civil rights and watching these people be abused and, you know, all their, you know, their due processing just being pissed on? No, I wouldn't be okay with that, because I still have a little fraction of what being an American means. Okay. So these people out here that are cheering this on and all happy about what's happened to these people, they haven't listened to the stories, you know, and they don't care, and they really don't, because they're so blind to the faith of you know, political power, you know, that they think that, you know, whatever it is it was due. It was time to teach them a lesson. Okay. And what really happened is a huge gaping wound opened up in this country that may never heal. Okay. And if it doesn't heal, it's going to fester. It's going to get worse, and it's going to get worse, and it's going to get worse. This isn't going away. These people's stories isn't going away. The truth is not going away. And all I can say is, you know, I mean, you know, just step up to the plate and you know, look at the you know, the situation. Have some decency, humanity. You know, take a good hard look at what's going on, and just know that most of these people that are being treated this way would not be okay if it was a Democrat being treated that way.
Right. Exactly. All right, I got Discord open, guys. So if you guys want to jump in Discord, we're going to start.
Go ahead, Ray, and Based on podcast.
Oh, I mean, you know, I agree with most of what you said there. But the fact of the matter is, I dragged my raggedy ass on a train to go down to D.C. testify in federal court in the hopes that I could get these guys my testimony would help these guys get out where they should be, home with their families, where they should be, right? Because I don't believe that having what somebody might consider wrong political opinion should land you in jail, destroy your family. I don't agree with that. I think that's absolute nonsense. I've said it 100 times. I've said it on InfoWars. I've said it here. I've tweeted this stuff. I mean, I don't know what I have to do. Get up on the chair, scream, and yell. That's how I feel about it. But I do take issue with the idea that, we're headed towards some sort of civil war. Man, I think if maybe guys like you and me who are activists, right, who are not, just bystanders, who are political activists, and that's what we all are here, otherwise we wouldn't be here. I think we could all calm it down just a little bit. And I could admit that sometimes I'm an asshole, and 90 times out of 10 you're a dickhead. But in a good natured, you know what I mean? Like, we don't have to be at each other's throats all the time. We can talk about issues. And it just makes me sick to my stomach that we all have to get, up on our hind legs and be talking all kind of shit, and be a keyboard cowboy. And I'm not calling you, I'm not, please understand me. I'm not calling you a keyboard cowboy, but there are a lot of people, I get threats all the time, for saying things.
You get
especially
threats.
After InfoWars appearances. And it's just like, it's so counterproductive and stupid. I just wish we could be better than this. And I think you probably are better than this, man. And, I'm not trying to give you the business. I'm just saying that man, I wish we could do better. I wish we could do better. And I wish we could be better more often. You know what I mean? But hey, what the hell? I guess being a douchebag gets you more clicks. And again, I'm not talking about
look at Oreo Express.
I'm just saying, in general, douchebags get more clicks. So, whatever. Sorry about that.
No, I can appreciate that. Thank you guys for joining us. Sorry, General, if you wanted to respond to that, feel free.
Yeah. Just one brief minute. I'm not a political activist. I'm not. I'm absolutely not a political activist. I'm an activist for civil rights. So I'm a civil rights activist more than anything. I am definitely not a political activist whatsoever. I would have to claim a political party for that. I don't claim a political party. I just won't do it. I've explained that. I've been on InfoWars too. I was the guy that got arrested for not wearing a mask in San Antonio. I've been on, several different, situations where I've been out there with BLM pointing guns at my head.
I think they're almost done, guys.
I was the first to step up for Ashley Babbitt on January 12th, which went viral, millions and millions and millions of views of me basically explaining that this government has gone completely corrupt with what they did, and doing what they did to Ashley was completely wrong. And I called out everything. And
Once
then I earned me a phone call from the FBI about 4 hours later because it went so viral. I was there with a militia group of about 60 people. There was about 40 more that were inside inside the perimeter, but I chose to exercise my Second Amendment rights, so we wouldn't, we couldn't go in there.
Betty White, you can join us in Discord.
Further on down the line, I was subpoenaed to the J6 Select Committee, which I had nothing to do with J6 whatsoever, but I have been an advocate for many. So a lot of the things that I've done have earned me a lot of flack, cost me a lot of money, and it's a lot of pain and suffering. So, I've been out there fighting a good fight. And, it has nothing to do with politics. It has to do with right and wrong and standing up for what's right and standing up against what's wrong. So anybody willing to do that, I'm willing to do that with them. It doesn't matter who it is. I'm always there to stand up against what's wrong. But, mainly, to just be honest with you, man, political activism, it's just not my bag. I'm not interested in it whatsoever. I'm not interested in that. That's not what this is about. What this is about is standing up against, unconstitutional political activism against people and abusing authority and
I don't like
putting
to
them
say
in
it's not a right or
where their
left
lives
field.
are completely destroyed and ruined. So I got a big issue with that. That's a civil rights.
I don't
violation
understand
to me.
how these people
more than
it's not a
anything,
right or
civil rights
left
activists,
issue.
brother.
Like these people are political
I
prisoners.
appreciate everything you said, and I completely I get what you're saying, man. I really do, and I'm my door is open, to communication with anybody, as long as it's respectful, and it's like I said, I mean, it doesn't matter who you are. I've got stories I could tell you right now that would blow your mind. That would make most, right wing, people say, man, that guy's, he's definitely not a Republican. Well, guess what? I'm not. So, it's, the reality is that we got to step up for what's right. And that's the bottom line. So thank you for stepping up to the plate for some of these J6ers and wanting to do the right thing and correct these wrongs that have happened, man.
Growl, we're in Discord. That's what I was saying.
If I may,
what's that, Snookies?
Let me just say this. Patrick, thank you for everything you've done. Being our token liberal, being somebody with a Mueller tattoo on your back. Thank you for standing up for the boys. Thanks for being a witness in that courtroom and seeing the truth.
Why do you have to talk about the damn tattoo?
Hello, Eddie.
Because I just want to prove a point here. I want to prove a point here.
I can't be heard on the show, right?
You're
not on Twitter,
liberal.
no, just on my show.
That has disagreed with us the entire time we've known each other.
Don't tell me that, Uncle. I don't want to know that they're hearing me.
No, you're only on my show, not on Twitter.
Stand up for the truth. So the bottom line here is we've all been put against each other.
I'd be so embarrassed that I messed up your show.
This is a spiritual battle, just like General was saying.
Hi, sheep.
And the battle.
How you doing? I'm gonna pull over on the freeway here in a second. I'm gonna show you guys the flag wavers.
Oh,
in
great.
California, baby, in Cali.
Going into my house.
God, I wonder if anybody's live streaming them.
You've had money stolen
I
from
don't know.
you. Your card hacked.
1 second,
yada,
guys.
yada, yada.
Adrian's almost done talking.
And
can you guys hear it in Discord?
Right, even though you don't believe in everything that we talk about.
You guys can hear it in Discord,
on the other
right?
side of the aisle, you have been attacked just as much as us, right? So the point
I've missed
to that
y'all's
is,
faces.
when it's not us,
what handsome
it's going
faces.
to be every other person that has been against us.
No, you still look
and believed
handsome,
in different
sweetie. Don't
things
worry
and
about it.
Voted for, Roe v. Wade to not be overturned, or freaked out with the Women's March, or
I'm gonna shut this camera off real quick so you don't see my van. I don't want people to see my company.
No, you're right. Implemented into this war, and this war is
This is probably really dangerous.
in this chat.
This is Snooks.
This is a spiritual war at best. And it's a war that is continuously moving in different directions. And the directions that it's going to continue to go to is going to be who perceives, who doesn't, and what they do with that perception. Are they awakening to the horrors? Are they awakening to the deception? Are they awakening to the lies, the manipulation, the control, the deceit?
Whatever it is.
Because they use people that are completely complacent.
What are they flying
to the point where they say, get in
they've
the street,
done it
do this, do that,
every
and they
Friday for the last 10
burn
years.
buildings down, do this, go to jail, we'll get you out.
Or
This is the
6
battle
years.
that we're on. They're using people who are not awake,
Hi, Tinker
who are
Stinker.
not understanding what's going
This
on,
is
and who are fighting
Snooks.
for things because they're told to fight for them. And then
Hey,
you have the
Snooks,
other
hold
side
on.
of the
Give me
aisle,
like
which is
5 minutes till
Republican,
they start speaking, okay?
Conservative, whatever. They're
I'm sorry,
rhinos,
sweetie.
they're
You're
manipulators,
good.
they're liars. Both of them. And I'm somebody that has seen both sides of the party.
Adrian's a good
I've seen
friend of
people
mine. so-
behind closed doors, and let me just tell you, neither party has morals. So we need to step back and understand that this isn't about parties. It's not about any of that. It's not about fighting against each other. It's not about white supremacy. It's not about guns. It's not about voting rights. It's about none of that. It's about our discernment and our ability to understand what God is in control of and what the devil is trying to do to manipulate families, to manipulate the government, to manipulate all of it. And the devil's been doing that for how long? Since he's been around. So that's where we're at. We are at a point where we have to stand up for true common law and true rights as a human being. And America, if America falls, that pillar is going to cause the whole entire world to fall. So we have a duty to fight. We have a duty to stop these rulers of this world from controlling us, manipulating us, and
I
hurting
just don't
our
want to be
children.
rude and leave because it'll
And
show
that's
my
what they're
name
doing.
leaving.
They're taking away the man. They're taking away men who are protectors and strong and hold the true ground for their families. That's what they're doing. Once they take away that, they're going to start taking away our children. They're going to start taking away women from their homes. They're already doing it. So it's not about January 6th. It's not about any of the stuff that we're fighting for. It's about the spiritual battle. And once people realize that and put it into,
isn't that what all wars are about? Isn't that what all wars are about religion?
Game. I mean,
essentially,
I'm
at the end of the day, yeah.
Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, Eventbrite, Lyft, Google Docs, Gmail, Airbnb, my bank account, everything that I've done for my events that I've held across the country for free speech, because free speech is for all of us. I didn't just hold these rallies or these events for conservatives or Republicans. I held it for liberals. I held it for Americans who have rights under the Constitution, the amendments, and the Bill of Rights. We are all in the same land. We are all under the same tent. And once one side is done, and the side that they're going after right now, obviously, is the side that is vocal. The side that is vocal for things
liberals are my
godly
enemies.
manners.
They are.
Vocal for our rights.
Unjust,
for
ungodly,
our Constitution.
unconstitutional.
But unfortunately, our Constitution has been hijacked.
Not American.
Our Congress has been hijacked. All of it has. It's been hijacked for a very long time. I mean, D.C. is a 10-mile parcel. Why did they make that parcel? What happened in 1871 with Congress? Congress went in the middle of the night and decided to make their own rules and created the Act of 1871, where they created an indoctrination corporation America. And that's what we are fighting against. None of us have free speech. None of us have true rights, because the only people that do are people with like the Shockman Decree, yada, yada. And if you don't know what the Shockman Decree is, the Shockman Decree is you have your full rights under SCOTUS to have free speech and ability to stand up and say what you want.
I think they're almost done, guys.
All of us can babble on, can say what we want to say, can fight, can be activists.
Hey, Betty.
The bottom line here is we have a battle so at large that we have to get on our knees, fully understand who God is, what God has given us to see and know and understand and hear where we are. And where we are biblically is, to my understanding, is a greater exodus. A greater exodus to the point where God is going to let his people go. We are in the time of Purim. We are in the time of restoration. We are in the time of resurrection, Pentecost, where the saints were resurrected after Jesus was put on the cross, died, came out from the tomb,
100%
and
Mike
ascended
Jones.
into heaven.
He said
As soon as
Lucifer
Jesus
is losing his
ascended into
kingdom.
heaven, all of the other saints that God has given us through Old Testament, yada, yada, King David, Solomon, all of them arose and were walking around. And not many people talk about that, but they are walking around with us until Pentecost. And the gifts that we can receive from them, and the understanding that we can, do the research and take it all in, the understanding that we can receive from that is this. We are in full control. The adversary does not control us. The adversary is a liar. The adversary is a manipulator. And the adversary only has what it is allowed to have. So if we cut the crap out, cut the arguing out, we can have so much more flourishing for our children, for the future of America, for the beautiful, beautiful, beautiful world that we have been gifted.
I know she gets kind of long-winded,
one of the
doesn't
most
she?
important things, and they want to take that away from us. And being American, it is our duty, under God's will, to stand up for that truth. I see people across the country, France, Brazil. I mean, look what just happened in Brazil. Right?
Yeah, people are saying the system's broke, but the system's working
they stormed
perfectly.
the presidential house.
Right.
They even had their own J6 shaman, but for them it was on the 8th. It is all
That'll block
mirrored,
my tooth.
and it is all represented for us to see, take in, use discernment, and go
Wow,
forth.
so you're a hockey player.
The present is a gift.
Yeah, she's
You
a
should not
talker,
worry
girl.
about the
She's a
future.
talker.
All of God's chosen people, all of them are not perfect. The only one that was perfect was the last Adam, Jesus Christ. Every single one of them was tempted, failed, was brought up again.
I'm pretty perfect.
Right? Every single one of them. So God has chosen all of these J6s. Every single one of them are strong enough to withhold where they are, to be men
That's
and women
right.
of God, to know their rights and to know when they come out, they are going to be stronger and more ready for what's to come. And what's to come is complete annihilation. They want complete annihilation. Look at what we've gone through, you guys. COVID, the WHO, all the things that they're trying to implement onto us. Closing down of businesses, fights. They want civil war. They want people to be in argument and never to the point of bipartisanship ever again. So screw them. Screw their bipartisanship. Screw their two-party, two-tier, one-tier governmental system. Screw it. As a human being,
we're supposed to
you
be
have
the power.
Common law of God in the day of the Lord to know who you are, what you are, and what you stand for. You have the armor of God that protects you. You have a secret place with God that is there for you.
She prayed for me right before I testified, and it lasted a good 15, 20 minutes.
What's to come?
This car is
and what they
blowing
want
up
to
in front of me.
come is a complete desolation of anybody. Anybody that has an understanding of the truth. And the truth will set you free. And that truth is the devil's going to go down. The devil already knows he's going to go down. Like, do you think the devil thought, like, oh,
he went down to
gonna
Georgia
rise off the cross or out of the tomb? Do you think he thought that? He thought he won in that moment. But in that moment, we won. In that moment, we were justified. And in the higher court, like the general always talks about.
Grau just said, oh my gosh, I thought Sheepdog talked a lot.
It's already been given. The verdict says they are not guilty. The verdict says that they are heroes. The verdict says that God is protecting them and keeping them safe during this situation.
Hey, she's gorgeous. She's allowed to do it, I guess, right?
Zach, Ethan, Dominic, all of them. Enrique, these men are strong enough to hold on to that strength, to understand that they were chosen for such a time as this, to complete the mission, to bring awakening, to prove that the devil is a fraud and a liar, and to take down the evil, corrupt system that has been indoctrinating us and our children. And they've been indoctrinating our children for far too long. Like COVID, our children were the ones that were most affected. Most affected. Masks in school. Don't smile. Don't do this. Don't do that. They should be vaccinated. They should be this. And the reason why they're going after children, because they know that we are going to withstand
hey to the 7 people
trials,
watching on Rumble.
all these tribulations. And those are the kids, and those are the ones that God has chosen to rise up after this. You can go back to every generation. Our parents.
That's wrong, Mike.
Their parents, the ones who have come here to America as immigrants to make a footprint, to fight for something.
By the way, if you guys want to know what Sheepdog's real name is, should I tell him, Sheepdog, how to find out?
No.
Like,
where is that? So I went in and tried to change it, but they only changed my profile picture and didn't change the name. I was like, are you kidding me right now?
None of us want to work. None of us want to be a warrior. None of us want to be steadfast. If you're steadfast in the Lord, He sees that. And He knows your heart's intent. And He knows
guys are on coddle right now. Let's see how packed the pharmacy is.
If you are one of His, then you are protected. And so back to my point with you.
You should have gone to the one in Gilroy.
You have been
it's controlled, so they send it here.
All of us.
Oh.
But look at what you did.
I've always came here.
As
so
a Democrat, as a liberal, as somebody that has stood against Trump and has been vocal about it to start. What you
always gotten bad, actually.
All right, she's still talking. I'm going to turn her down a little bit. Sorry, guys. All right. We can still hear her in the background. I love age, but she's going on way too long. American freedom of speech on Rumble says Proud Boys bad, trannies good. Yeah, in an opposite world.
None of us.
Okay, you had me going there for a second. I was like, oh, I can't put Rumble up on the screen like I can everybody else. It sucks.
For rising above and speaking the truth. What you did was honorable.
What we're gonna do right after this, guys, we're gonna write a letter, and you guys can be part of it. We'll send a letter to Joe, and we'll send a letter to
I would have brought up every
to Zach.
Indoctrination Corporation America.
Heck, we can send one to Rufio if you want to.
And put it on the record. Doesn't matter.
Dude, I turned it all the way down. How is she still in there?
Foreman jury, with that foreman juror who was a BLM activist, Antifa activist, tweeting the entire trial.
Yeah, see, that's the stuff that bugs me is because they say it's not right or left, but all the jury was activists, all on the left. The judge left, and you sit here and say it's not red or left. You're just dumb.
Court is over.
Right.
Doesn't matter.
What's up, drunk?
It's already been decided. They have now completed the crime.
What up, drunkle?
And their crime is
big old drunkle.
Treason. So there's conspiracy.
All right, you know what, guys? What do you guys think? Everybody in the chat, press 1 if you want me to stop the Twitter Spaces because it's not Joe Biggs.
Scenario and abusing
or do you guys
power
want to keep hearing it?
These people
Sheep Dog says 1.
I hit 1.
Notarized or signed. Like it is so transparent where we all are.
I'm gonna give them a couple seconds because it takes them a second to
not
type.
about politics.
1 if you want to keep get rid of Twitter Spaces. 2 to keep it.
Attention to it. Government is involved in our lives. IRS, taxes, money.
Numero uno, primo.
Doctors, jobs.
Oh, it looks dead right now.
Sick. They can't stop us because we are a more
Drunk said 1 and he
source.
typed in 1.
And that source comes along
Dang,
from the
overachiever.
Holy Spirit that came out of heaven when Jesus went up because he left that for us.
Yeah, everybody's typing in 1.
Him, we're not so blessed
All right.
to even.
There we go. Sorry, guys. I kept it on there just because I didn't want to miss anything. But
You're probably 30 minutes still be talking.
Kaiser has nobody here right now. This is amazing.
Well, you're lucky.
That's amazing. I don't even know how.
Amazing.
That's amazing.
You know who does that, right?
Yeah, it's
Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. 'Cause don't say it. Don't say it.
Oh.
Does anybody else
I
know who?
apologize.
Does anybody in here know who says that's amazing? I think you have to be from California to know who it is, though.
That's amazing.
That's amazing.
I'm about a YouTuber, right?
No,
All the bucks.
no, he's not a YouTuber. He was on PBS. He had a show. He had a show on PBS for like 20, 30 years. His name was what, Donnie?
Jesse Lee.
No. Oh, you're wrong then. You're not. Well, maybe he says it, but I'm talking about the original.
Jesse Lee Peterson always says that's amazing.
No. It's the guy from California Gold. His name is Huell Hauser. That's amazing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's amazing. I don't know if my service is going to go out, but obviously I shut my camera off because I'm going into
the Kaiser.
El Farmacito.
Hey, nice guy.
What's up, Mr. Nice Guy? You made it.
What's up, nice guy?
You're going to have to rewind it so you can hear Joe Biggs. It was Zach Rehl first and then Joe Biggs second. So you're going to have to back it up. Donnie wants a treat. When doesn't Donnie want a freaking treat? Should I give it to him?
I thought he ate all of them.
He did, but I've got my food here. I'm going to give him some chicharrones. There you go.
It sounds so good. There was a spot in Manteca that was super, like the best chicharrones ever.
Yeah. So
amazing.
Well, you'll have to take it to me when I come up, sheep.
I don't even know if it's still there. I gotta check it out. I'm gonna take my mute. I'm gonna mute myself real quick.
All right. So what's up, Gra? What's up, drunk uncle?
Thank God he finally muted himself. I thought he'd never shut up.
Oh, you shut your mouth, old man.
We'll talk almost as much as yesterday.
Hello,
How is
Betty.
everybody?
Don't forget, we have Betty White in here too. She wants to say hi.
Hi, Betty.
You're awesome on the go.
Sweetheart. Hey, Eddie.
Hello.
Hey, y'all.
Betty.
Hey, y'all. Anyway.
Eddie asked a question. Well, you missed it.
Actually, I asked 2 questions, and I said Betty White wants to ask you this question. 2 of them. One for Zach and one for Joe Biggs.
Yes, he did.
So she kind of, through me, got to talk to Joe Biggs and to Zach Rehl.
Awesome. Isn't that cool or what? I'll never forget, through you, I got to talk to Robert Kennedy Jr. No, who was it? No, it wasn't Bobby Kennedy. Who was it? It was
through me. Oh no, it was at the when we got kicked off for. Hold on.
Yeah.
McCullough. Peter McCullough.
McCullough. Yeah, McCullough. Yes.
Yeah, you got to talk. See,
why was I thinking?
Well, I'm a great host. I get to introduce you guys to all these people, and you get to talk to them.
I know, that was so cool.
And you know what else I thought was cool? Joe Biggs, he said on there, and now I'm going to make myself look better. But it was awesome hearing Joe Biggs say, "Hey, Eddie, thank you for coming to testify." That was really cool.
Yeah, because you didn't get a chance to talk to anybody when you were there, obviously.
No, we said hi. We threw a couple,
Yeah.
I'm sitting there in court, going like this.
Couple of white supremacist signs across the courtroom. That's fucking awesome.
So it is what it is. I mean, because they were so
goddamn lefty courts.
I was all the way on the left back corner of the room, and they were all on the right. Well, I'm sorry. If you're looking at the judge, I was in the back right-hand corner, and they were all on the left-hand corner towards the front. So, like, they were really far away from me.
Oh, yeah.
Really far. But, like, I walk in, and they're all out there, and I look over, and Rufio, like, says, "What's up, Eddie?" And then Enrique looks at me, he's like, "Eddie." And then I look over, and I'm like, "Hey, Enrique, you like fucking Donnie's red tie?" And he's like, "Fucking Eddie." He just, that's a shit. He just, that's me and Enrique. We, like he said on the phone the other day, he's like, me and Eddie, we like to fuck with each other a lot. He didn't say it that way, but we do. No more treats, Donnie.
Eddie, I have to tell you, when the prosecution was questioning you and they asked you about the Elks Club or something, and you said, "Well, haven't you ever watched Fred Flintstone?"
Oh yeah.
I had to laugh. I had to laugh at that.
You mean
that was the standout answer of the entire trial?
They retweeted that, or they tweeted that out, huh?
It was great. It was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, they also tweeted out. What's the one girl also tweeted? Well, I'm kind of a big deal.
Yeah. Well, Digglewarp said I had to say it, so he would tweet it, and he didn't tweet it. He didn't tweet it once. That asshole.
Yeah, but the girl did. The other girl that was tweeting out.
Yeah. I was like, well, don't you know I'm kind of a big deal? So is Joe Biggs. No, of course people want to take pictures with us.
And that will forever be in the court document.
I never thought about that. Forever for life. People are.
This is a historical event too, so it's gonna be there forever.
Wait now, okay, yeah, I don't know about that. Let's hear it. What?
I never thought about that. I am gonna be in the history books forever as the kind of a big deal.
And somebody that was on Capitol on J6.
I was the last person. He even asked me that. He's like, "So Eddie, you were the last person on the Capitol January 6th?" And I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "You even have a picture of you on top of the Capitol on your Twitter page." I was like, "Fuck yeah, I do." I didn't say fuck yeah, but I'm like, "Yeah, I do."
Oh, you guys confused the old man here. I thought Sheepdog was infamous or something. I should have known better.
Although my beard is starting to slowly catch up to his. Slowly but surely.
I don't know. I'm way behind him.
That's enough out of you.
Donnie.
I can't get mine too long anymore. I have to take it down once it starts getting trapped and getting pulled out at class.
I know the other day I was thinking about shaving. Hey, Sheepdog, you just turned off your camera, but while you're at the pharmacy at Kaiser, can you pick me up some oxycodone, some morphine, some
Xanax
stuff? Yeah, give me some Xannies,
I asked them for extra, they said no.
She's.
I said, that's un-American of you guys.
So I have a story about that. When I first started going to my dentist, he would always give me Xanax, because he knew I was nervous going to the dentist. So I'm standing at Kaiser and I get a call from the dentist and like, "Oh, we're gonna have you come in tomorrow." I was like, "Oh, cool. You know what? I forgot to I forgot I'm all out of Xanax. Can you guys? I'm at Kaiser right now. Can you guys put in a prescription for Xanax for me?" And I was on speaker and she's like, "Sure, we'll send you 10 over right now." The guy in front of me turns around and he's like, "Who the fuck is that? And how do I get to know that?" He doesn't give it to me anymore now because I'm not afraid of the dentist anymore.
Oh, you're a big boy?
Yeah.
They gave you this. They gave you a sticker, and now you're like, "I'm not scared."
Well, like, because I asked them yesterday, because I have to have surgery now they're gonna put this. I broke off the post inside my tooth in my gum.
Yeah, it's all bad.
So they have to do an implant now, and they have to actually operate to take the metal out of my gums.
Oh.
And I'm like, I'm like, are they going to put me to sleep? And he's like, I don't think they will. I'm like, can I get a Xanax for that? And he's like, Eddie, you don't need Xanax anymore. You're good with the dentist now. I was
like, no, I hate you. What are you
got to get that lollipop. You got to get one of those little lollipops every time you leave. Don't forget that.
Right?
That's right.
Well, and that's a funny story. So my dentist, he re-gifted me something for Christmas, right? And I woke up in the middle of the night and I go through, those Christmas baskets. And I saw this candy, or not a candy, but it was like a chip. It looked like a chip. And I didn't realize it was hard. And I took a bite out of it and I broke my temporary on my front tooth. That one that's for here.
Oh.
And I called him up and I told him, I'm like, it's all your fucking fault. He's like, why? I'm like, that re-gift you gave me, it was the shit in there that broke my tooth.
Oh, man.
Yeah. He just started laughing. I actually lied to him how it happened. He told me not to eat ribs anymore since, remember when I was in Vegas, me and drunk, and I broke my tooth chewing on a rib bone? Well, I broke it on a rib bone again. So he's like, how did it happen, Eddie? I was like, well, you know how Donnie gets excited when I come home? He jumped up, hit me in the mouth, and it knocked my tooth out. So I blame Donnie. Sorry, buddy.
Poor Donnie.
Hey, I don't have any around here anymore, so I don't have to blame farts on him anymore, so I can blame this on him.
That's why I have 2 kids. I can blame everything on them.
There you go. But hey, does anybody, I was thinking, guys, I'm going to write a letter to Joe Biggs if you guys want. Is there any, if I write a letter right now, we can do it together, and if you guys want to say something to him, then we can do it. If not, then I'll just write it to him later on, and I'll just write it for me. Or same thing for Zach. I got to write both of them letters right. I got to write it tonight because if I don't write it tonight, it won't get there in time before they get moved to their detention center, wherever they're going. Donnie, move.
I only have generic things to say.
Okay.
Yeah, Eddie, just what everybody would want you to say, that we appreciate them. We're thankful for them, actually, just very thankful for them, and we support them.
Tell Biggs to show us his boobs.
Show us.
And you need to let them know Eddie, that there are thousands and thousands of people that pay attention to what's happening with them every day, and more every day are becoming aware of what the fuck's going on there.
Yeah.
I hear them talking about it in Congress. I was listening to a little bit of the Freedom Corner today, and somebody had gone and talked to Jim Jordan today and took him some intel. Or no, I'm sorry, it was on the show you were just on, right? They were talking about, or am I confused? That they took something to Jim Jordan and he was totally unaware of it.
Yeah, that was Susanna talking about it.
Yeah, so if we don't contact them and let them know or whatever, they're unaware. Obviously, they've got other irons in the fire. We can't blame them for not giving us 100% attention. You know what I mean? But and it goes all the way back to the beginning of back in the early 2020 riots and everything. When I called my local Fox station, and they're like, "What? We had no idea." I'm like, "What do you mean? How can you have no idea?" And the lady told me, she actually gave me her phone number. That she's in charge of whatever editing.
Yeah.
And she goes, "None of you guys call us." She says, "It's the other side that always calls us and tells us what's going on. But nobody from your side calls us and lets us know what's going on."
All right, so Mr. Nice Guy.
And it made me realize.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, I thought you were done already. Mr. Nice Guy said it's not going to get to him for 3 months. Actually, it's not. Every time I email Zach or Joe, I get a response within an hour. Not within an hour, but within a couple hours. They email me back right away. So, I don't know.
You got your text on the screen, right?
I got my what?
Text on the screen.
Do I? Yeah. Shit. No, it's not.
You got what? Oh.
On the live stream?
Oh, your text on the screen, yeah.
On the live stream?
Yeah, your phone. Yeah, you got your phone text on the live stream.
How? I'm looking at it right now.
You're still on the Twitter space.
No way. Let me look. That's weird.
Whenever you're
Is it on?
You're showing Adrienne DeSucio right now, whoever that is.
Is it on shit? So that is work. Is it on YouTube? I mean, or is it on Discord?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. It's on YouTube.
How? I'm looking at the screen on
the
YouTube
show.
right now.
I don't know.
Shit,
so I'm looking at it right here.
Oh my gosh. Back to live mode. Shit. I guess I wasn't. I thought oh my gosh. I didn't know that. Thank you guys. I'm looking at the screen here and it's supposed to be this. No, but that's why I was laughing. So she just wrote, she said Twitter Spaces accidentally closed on her, and I was ranting too. I started laughing. I was like, no, I think it probably closed on him because you kept on talking. I'm not going to write that back to her, though. Anyways, it should be gone now. Is it gone now?
Yeah, it's gone now.
Okay. Gosh darn it. Thank you guys for telling me like an hour. It was probably on for like an hour.
Can we look at something besides sheepdog driving? Hey, hot damn.
Well, I know. Tell Hot Damn to come in here. She knows how to get in Discord. Where's Hot Damn at? But
all bullshit aside, Sheep, it's good to see you back, man. You got the camera set up and you're live in the truck. How cool is that, man?
I'm just cruising. I'm trying to do like Eddie, do some road cruising.
There you go.
Right on.
It's the downside to driving an hour from your shop to your house, I guess.
Right. All right, you know what? I think I can read these. I'll put them on the screen. Let's see.
Eddie, I'm gonna drop out. Thank you for showing that so I could see it and hear them.
Sure,
I appreciate it.
Of course, I'm
we'll
glad.
Talk to you guys another time.
Yeah, all right, Betty. Good to hear you. I haven't heard you in a minute, so I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, I will message you my new phone number for right now. You know, somebody jacked my phone, so I've got a new phone.
Ooh.
What the hell? All right, sounds good.
Babe.
I know you're here.
Talk to y'all later.
I know
Bye.
you're here. Bye. All right, I'm gonna read this.
Adios.
I think I can read this. I mean, it's nothing. I mean, he didn't write nothing crazy. But so here's what Zach wrote me the other day. He's like, hey, what's up, brother? I'm really glad you made it out to testify. You were great. It was also good seeing you. It's too bad it's not on better terms. But I remember January 6th like it was yesterday. I remember your scooter kept getting messed up. But it's just the way I am. Because he was helping me. I'll never leave a man behind. He said, especially if I can help. Speaking of January 6th, never at any point that day did I ever think I would even spend a day in jail for it, let alone 2 years and counting. This is just absolutely insane. Hopefully the jury sees through the BS. This was obviously written before the jury came out. Sees through the BS and does the right thing, which they didn't. We had witness after witness come in and say the same thing, and there was no plan. Yet all their witnesses stumbled on their manufactured lies. So soon we shall see if they do, which unfortunately they didn't. They're taking it serious so far. You know, this is, here we go. He said, and after, let's see, if we win, I'll be going on a cross-country road trip to visit some friends. So I'm definitely going to have to stop in Cali to buy you some beers, man. So that's that. He's going to be coming. We're going to get him out. He's going to come on a road trip, and you know what? I'm going to have him here at my house probably. How about that? And he's like, yeah. He's all, Donnie looks like an awesome dog. Definitely got to meet him. My wife said she loves those kind of dogs. She saw the pictures that the people shared of him online and loved how well-behaved he was in the courtroom. Carmen loved him too, which is his lawyer. She was super excited to get that picture with him. No surprise, the prosecutors held out on sharing the pictures, though. You made them look bad. You definitely held your ground when they cross-examined, which is hard to do. They are sore losers, though. You hooked them up with the pic of your dog, and they won't even show you. So, yeah. Zach's a really good guy. So here's what he said after he got the results. He's like, I'll give you a call either way this week. Just need to recover from that verdict. What a load of bullshit that was. I just can't even wrap my head around it. But then again, I can, because it's the D.C. swamp, and all the cards were stacked against us. All three branches of the government to take down 5 men for political reasons. It's unreal. Anyways, talk to you soon. So
how much time are they giving them?
They got to come back for that. So they got to go back for sentencing. Yeah.
July, if I remember right.
Oh, good night.
But yeah, that's what sucks is they had to find them guilty simply to go after Trump for the same damn thing. So they're basically a pawn in the big scheme of get Trump.
Yeah.
It's unreal. It's unreal.
Yeah, it's sad.
Well, he should have pardoned them before he left office.
He will. He said he would.
He
CNN.
He should have done it before he left.
He can't, sheepdog.
Yes.
Hold on, real quick. He can't because they weren't arrested yet. They weren't in jail yet. You can't pardon somebody until they've been charged.
Oh, I got you.
So he couldn't.
Yeah.
Mr. Nice Guy says
you can't pardon the case in general.
No. Not until not until I don't even think you can pardon them until after they've been convicted.
I see.
I'm not 100%, but
me neither. But it's like I don't know. The whole thing is crazy, and I find it weird that people are on these panels and they're like, "Oh, it's not a right or left," and that really bugs me because it's 100% political, 110%. It is the left destroying the right to get rid of the president or somebody that's running for presidency. Really? You're telling me it's not political?
What's up,
and then,
Tinker?
Of course, he adds in, "Oh, I'm from the left." Yeah, I could fucking tell.
Yeah.
Poop and tell. Apologize.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What's up, Tinker?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cuss.
It's only not political if it goes their way. If it doesn't go their way, this is political.
Yeah, when you saw Antifa burning down places, throwing Molotovs at the White House, they do all this great stuff, and they don't see one single hour in jail.
Right.
And then you got some people that are in the house, which is our house, not the government's house. Government doesn't own any land. Sorry, well, they're not supposed to, but hey, we all know that's obviously not true anymore.
Yeah. Also, oh man, what were you saying? Oh, like they're showing videos of us beating up Antifa, like in Portland, right? Like the van. You know when we pushed the van over and we maced the guy in there? He's showing that video, right? And I look at the prosecutor, I'm like, what about the 20 seconds before that? He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, why don't you show the video 20 seconds before? He's like, we don't have that video, Eddie. I'm like, I do. You watched all my videos. Go to my channel right now. You can see them throwing bombs at me. And
trying to run people over with the van.
Right? I was like, what the fuck, you know? It's just sad.
It's
why didn't they show the video of them throwing fireworks in the middle of a freaking gas station, dude?
I know,
trying to blow up the fucking gas station. Plain and simple.
Because, it's not right or left, but we don't want to show the left doing anything wrong, would we? We wouldn't want to see the, somebody that's somewhat of, kind of militia-ish, stand up for the Constitution like we're supposed to as Americans.
Right, Mr.
And
Bill?
stop the terrorists from blowing stuff up like a gas station. You don't want to show that side.
No. And you know why they couldn't show that video? Because YouTube took it down. Because they said I showed guns shooting when they were shooting the paintball guns. YouTube, remember, YouTube took my video down.
Mr. Bill was there.
Yeah, Mr. Bill was there for sure.
Mr. Bill was there dodging bullets that day. He sure was.
Yeah, I met Mr. Bill that day, right? He came out to my truck, and I was like, hey, Mr. Bill.
Oh, really? That day? Awesome.
Yes. We were supposed to go have lunch. We were supposed to go have lunch afterwards, but I had to take Donnie home.
Mr. Bill.
What's that, Tinker?
I love Mr. Bill.
Yeah, Mr. Bill's. I don't know why he's not in my Discord.
Guy.
Why aren't you in my Discord, Mr. Bill?
You got that voice, girl.
Yeah, Mr. Bill.
Uh-oh, sheepdog's falling in love.
You got that southern voice on you.
Well, she's a Tinkerbell. Even though it says Tinker Stinker, right? Does it say Tinker? Yeah, Tinker Stinker.
Yeah, Tinker Stinker.
She almost sounds like Kim Tone, Drunk Uncle.
It's been such a long time. I heard her voice, but yeah, she sounded like she was from my neck of the woods.
We should call Kim Tone real quick on the phone. Should we surprise Kim Tone?
And then Drunkle talks and just ruins the whole southern accent. Just ruined it.
Yeah, he's got the worst southern accent.
Just ruined it.
No.
I'm sorry.
I like the way he talks too.
Tinker, are you like in Louisiana or somewhere around there?
Am I what?
Are you in Louisiana or somewhere around there? Or Georgia or something?
Oh, don't say yet, Tinker.
No,
Don't say.
I'm way down south.
Don't say yet. We all make everybody guess. See who wins in the chat.
Yeah.
Where's Tinker from? Where's Tinker from?
Growl, you can't answer because I think you know the answer, right?
No, I don't. I'm going to say Georgia.
That's what I was thinking.
Are you? Does your state touch water?
No questions. No questions like that.
Well, yeah. What is it?
We're judging her voice. I know, right?
Does your state start with an M?
Yeah, this isn't 20 questions.
Alabama.
Oh. Mr. Nice Guy says Tennessee. Dime says Kentucky. And David says Alabama.
Alabama.
I'm saying Alabama.
Mr. Jones says Florida.
Nah, not Florida.
Freckles says Tinker.
A little bit up from Florida, and a little bit up from Georgia.
Southern Alabama.
South Carolina.
Says Mike Jones.
South Carolina.
No.
No. North Carolina?
Close.
North Carolina.
Tennessee, then. Because she's the only 10 we see.
Virginia girl.
Oh, Virginia. Hey, I drove through Virginia. I was in Virginia on the way over there. I drove straight through Virginia.
I know.
Like 3-4 times.
I was watching it, and I was in your chat, and I was trying to tell you hi.
Oh, did I miss? I'm sorry. Did I miss it?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tinker. We actually, I had people that were like, "Hey, Eddie, I'm going to be at this exit." Remember, I pulled over and we were meeting all kinds of people. I think that was in Virginia too, wasn't it?
And I was trying to tell you where I was at, and I was like, I didn't want to give out my actual location, so I was trying to message you, and I couldn't never get you on messages. And I was like, okay.
Well, when I'm driving and streaming, I can't.
I'll just wait from where I'm at.
Right on. Right on. So you got all the you know what a clamper is then, probably. Tinker, do you know what a clamper is?
What?
A clamper. I guess not.
Clampus Vitus, bro. The best chapter ever is Modesto.
No, it's not. It's Grub Gulch. So what?
Modesto used to be like. So my pop was from the Modesto Clampus, and he said back in the day it was epic. Like your initiation was rough. He goes, now it's like it's like nothing. Like there's nothing to it anymore. So back in the day, like hate crime. Like you're joining a fraternity, bro. Like get over it. Stop crying.
So what the clampers are? It's a group of men who like to drink and like history, and we preserve history. We set up monuments all over California, Virginia, and West Virginia, I believe. And but yeah, you wear red shirts. I got my vest back here somewhere. But
you'll see ECV is usually what you'll see like on everything. It'll say ECV.
Yeah, if you see anything,
I've seen that around.
Yeah, those are clampers.
Yeah. Clampus Vitus. ECV.
So it goes back to the mining history, so that's why everybody wears red shirts, because back in the days, miners would wear red shirts. So that way if something happened to them, they'd be easier to find.
My husband is in with the mining business. My husband is in with mining and stuff, so I should have known it.
Yeah, you
Why did I not know that?
Hi, everyone.
What's up, Michael? And Eric. Hey, Eric.
Hi, Michael.
Speaking of the Elks, when Betty White brought up the Elks earlier, my national convention for the Elks is in Minneapolis in like 3 weeks. I'm supposed to go, but I can't. Got to pay for my teeth now. And Drunk Uncle's going to get mad at me. We were talking last night how I don't have enough money to pay for my teeth, and then I just sent $500 to Joe Biggs' daughter. That's what credit cards are for, right?
Yeah, that's right. American dream, baby.
Well, I mean, something positive's going to come out of it, That was a good-hearted thing.
Yeah. Well, when I felt I didn't know that his daughter was staying with his mom and all that stuff. So when I heard that and she's struggling, I was like, we got to send some money. And then I went to the Give Send Go and there's only like $200 donated. I was like, man, we can't let that happen. So, the monster's here. You guys want to hear? Here's all the deep breathing.
You're a good man, Eddie. Oh, thank you. God bless you.
Hold on. Donnie's going to breathe hard.
We really appreciate you. I hope you know that.
I'm sorry, what was that?
All right, we're in trouble.
We really do appreciate you.
Oh,
everyone behave. There's hope.
Is Hope in here now? Oh, yeah, she's in the chat because she's driving with her parents.
I didn't do it.
You can't drive with your parents?
Oh, she's on vacation.
Yeah, she's going to North Carolina, but she's not going to go see Drunk.
It's on the other side.
Actually, she's probably going to drive right through Virginia, too. I don't know.
Mike Jones.
Probably.
Because if we go from Ohio to North Carolina, I think you drive through there, don't you?
Oh. I guess it just depends on which route you take.
Oh, this drive sucks.
I think you pretty much have to.
Oh, she says she's not driving. That's tomorrow. Well, then jump in Discord with us. Jeez Louise.
Right on, Mr. Nice Guy. Take care, man.
Hey, check you out later, Mr. Nice Guy.
Later, nice guy.
Love you, brother. We'll see you soon. This guy's begging for another chicharrones.
Chicharrones.
So if you like chicharrones, Sheepdog, does that mean you also like chilaquiles?
I don't know. You're gonna have to show me that one.
Are we live?
Yes, we're live. You are live.
Hey, okay, C Rebel in the Discord. What's up, man?
Welcome to Earth.
Rebel? Oh, I see in Discord chat. I got too many things open right now.
Okay.
Hope says she's going to bed. She's got to get up at 3 a.m. But you're not going to be driving. You're just going to be sitting in the back seat. That's the whole point.
Yeah, what the?
I know. You go, if you're
That's
going
the
on
best time to sleep.
Yeah, you're going on a family vacation with your family. Within the first hour, the fights start. So what you do, you stay up all night long, so you can sleep in the back.
Yeah, and you get in the back seat and you wear the same socks tomorrow morning that you wore all day today, and you put your feet up on the back of the driver's seat. And go to sleep.
I would fly and meet him there. There's no way in heck I'm getting in a car that long with my family. I'm very dysfunctional.
I just drove across country for 24 days. It was 24 days.
With Ty.
Well, I wasn't gonna go and say that. I'm just saying I was in a truck for
24 days.
I
love Ty, but I knew that was gonna be water and oil from the start. I was surprised you guys lasted as long as you did, though. You guys did good this trip.
I wouldn't want to be in the car for anybody that long at all. I don't care.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Hope every time you stop tomorrow, every time you stop, Hope you have to ask for complimentary water.
That's right.
It's a courtesy water. It's not complimentary water.
It's
courtesy water.
Here's a bag. Fill it up with free stuff. Here's my bag.
Here's my bag. Oh, what's it call it? What's it called when you do that? What's it called when you do that? Not farming. What did he call it?
Oh, he called it harvesting. He's harvesting.
Harvesting. What? Packets of ketchup and Arby's sauce. I'm a harvester.
Well,
he's free grazing.
You know what? I do. I got packets of shit right here. You know, Ty's the greatest friend you can ever have. He just has idiosyncrasies.
He really is.
You know.
We all do, man. We all do. You know.
And you know,
being in the same truck with you and that dog for 29 days would have probably pissed me off too. Just saying.
Right, me and Grau would. Every one of us would have been fighting. It's just the way it is, you know. And then you guys got to remember too. You got to add on top of it. I'm going to court to testify where they're like, we might take you to jail. You know.
Yeah, just a little extra stress never hurt nobody, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Although I did get to meet, I already met Drunk Uncle, but I did get to hang out with him and his dogs. I got to meet his dogs finally. Although they all wanted to fight.
Tear up the back porch and shit, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Donnie broke his porch.
It was about to come down either way. You got to meet Coach and one of my teammates and some of my employees and
bought a whole bunch of shit from his store. I still got a whole bunch of the stuff from his store.
Drunk Uncle's porch is like the back porch on the 2.5 Men, where they lean against it and it just caves in.
You know, Donnie
told me that the guy that built the house and lived next to him, they kind of were updating their houses and doing the same things around the same time. And he's like, yeah, he always took shortcuts.
Hey, guys.
What's up, Michael?
Has anyone seen Wizzy or talked to him? Since he last went live, is he okay?
Wizzy, who's that?
Oh, Chris. He's talking about Chris.
Yeah.
He's got a girlfriend now.
Wizzy Wig?
Yeah. Adrian just asked me. She's like, Eddie, what did your viewers think about my speech? I said, well, they got a little overwhelmed.
She's really nice though, but she kind of go off on some tangents for sure.
Oh, she can. She can.
She's really sweet.
Trunk Uncle didn't whoop my ass. He had me in the he may have got me at a tap, but he didn't whoop my ass. I don't think.
You, but you saw me in the mirror.
I was being very nice. I had to. Coach told me to.
Well, of course, he didn't want you hurting the cripple guy.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not sure his insurance would have covered that, Eddie. You know.
Yeah, I don't.
Insurance adjuster shows up and Eddie's laying on the floor, all sprawled out, with his scooter parked over on the side. What happened here? Well, it was a horrible accident.
Right. Let's see who left us. Oh, Tinker did.
I was very passive as it is. Coach tells me I need to be more aggressive if I'm going to be competing. I just don't know if it's in me. You know, everybody's got their style.
He's still got that little bit of leftist in him. I know, Mike. You're good.
I'd probably be more aggressive if I was much more angrier when I was a Democrat.
Were you?
Much happier person now.
Did you guys hear that? He said when I was a Democrat. He's admitting it now, full on force. He's no longer a Democrat. And you know what else he told me? So when Drunk Uncle first started joining the show with us, he was totally not anti-religion, but he didn't go with religion, right? Like he would bow his head when we prayed and stuff like that. He called me the other day and we're talking, and he's like, "Yeah, Eddie, me and Coach prayed before my match." I think that's what he said. You prayed when? Before your match, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, "What? Wait, you prayed?" He's like,
yeah.
So Drunk Uncle's coming around, guys.
That's cool. I remember. I remember exactly how you feel, Drunk. I remember exactly how you feel. The thing that horrified me the most was when they said you have to repent. And I'm like, wait a minute, I'm supposed to tell somebody all the bad shit that I've done? I'm not sure I can do that. Well, all you have to do is confess what you've done, the bad shit you've done, and not do it again. Oh, I could do that.
I think you did, Hope.
For a long time, I was like,
good night,
anyway.
Jamie.
But he already knows, so you're not telling him anything new, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know, but I didn't. I thought I had to tell my preacher or somebody, you know. I didn't know.
Well,
I just didn't know.
You have to, I guess.
I
don't know how that works. Eddie would know.
I never like when I was in Catholic school, every week we'd have to go to confession, right? As part of Catholic school. And I'd be sitting there, I'm like, all right, what kind of shit can I make up to tell the priest that I did? Because I didn't want to tell him the real shit I did. I would lie to the priest because I was too afraid to tell him the truth. You know?
See what I mean? It's terrifying if you don't really know, you know, if you're unaware.
Plus,
it was.
When you're in Catholic school,
you have two explanations for the same story when you get to the pearly gates.
Right?
But I mean, I pretty much repent every freaking day. I have to because I can't beat this cussing thing. You know, I got rid of the GD, but I just can't lose the F-bombs for some reason. You know.
right?
I don't know anywhere in the Bible where it said, like, I've always thought that. I know that, there's some cuss words that, are in the Bible, but, like, who decided what a cuss word is?
The people.
I know. So that's not scripture.
Yeah, but I know what your point is. I know what your point is, Drunk, because way back when, what are cuss words now weren't cuss words then.
And oddly enough, kind of what words back in the 80s is now like acceptable language. Like, smear that word is now like acceptable now. I was like, what?
You can say that word now?
That was like, yeah, that's what the Q is.
Well, I know, but we're still not even saying it. We're still not saying it.
That's a bad, that's a bad word. Or I was raised as that was a bad word. I remember like looking at Andy or Brandy and being like, when did that happen? And they're like, I don't know. I'm like, okay.
So I have a story. I gotta find. Oh, it's not on video because we shut the video off. Me and Taiho, we're in Berkeley, right? We went to an event, and there was like 300-400 Antifa there. It was me, Taiho, and I had 2 security guards with me. Well, I had Proud Boys with me. They were my security detail. And this chick is spitting at us, and she's like, "What's up, motherfucker?" And we're gonna kick your ass. And she's like totally cussing us out. She's like 4 foot nothing. She's a half of a hope, maybe 3/4 of a hope, right? I love how we use hope as a measurement. And so as we're getting on the is my audio down? Somebody said audio. As we're getting on the elevator, she spits at us. Thank you, Gra. So we wait up there, and
You're good.
I'm good. Okay. A friend of mine, he saw my video, and he texted me. He's like, "Hey, Eddie, I went to college with this guy." He's like, "I'm up here. Hey, can I come meet you? And I'll walk you out, and we'll make sure we'll hang out for a little bit." So we hung out with this guy, and then we were walking to my truck, and we see this little mini hope, little 3/4 of a hope, and
a mini hope.
Yeah, right. The girl who spit on us, and she said, "What's up, motherfucker? Meet me over here." So we see her, and I'm like, "Oh, look who it is," and she's like, "Fuck you, you effing F word." Not fuck. She said, "You fucking."
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I look at her, and I'm like, "Wait a minute. How, you can't use that word. That's derogatory. I thought you guys are all about the LGBTQ community." And she's like, "Well, I'm a F," and she said the word again. She's like, "Well, I'm a F, and I can say it." And I was like, "Well, I do say I'm a cripple, so I can call myself cripple. So I guess, I don't know." But I was just so surprised. And then she ran because she didn't have all her 300 Antifa buddies there. I won't hit a woman, but if an Antifa chick hits me first, I'll hit her back.
But if she's that short, she was running, she had to look like one of those little sandpipers you see on the beach. Those little birds.
Oh, and she was like ugly. She was very ugly. It was just like, and that was also the day that I learned Antifa's tactics, because we're sitting there, and all of a sudden some guy walks up to Ty, points at him, and he's like, "That's that guy that got arrested for child molestation." Guy doesn't know.
Yeah, they just make up shit.
Yeah, they just make it up. But there's a crowd of 300 Antifa, so if one person says it, then they all fucking believe it, and they're like, "Yeah, he's a child molester." Next thing you know, they're trying to get us for being a child molester.
Mob mentality,
right?
Mob rule.
Yeah, that's they started out with the same thing. Everybody's a Nazi. Everybody's a white supremacist. You're a pedophile. Oh, he's a pedophile. They just made it up as they went. We all watched it happen live, firsthand. I'm like, wait, you don't even know who that guy is.
Isn't it funny that they call people pedophiles, but still yet remember when they put the P in the LGBTQ P whatever?
Something like that.
That was for pedophilia. No, it was.
Oh, yeah, it is.
They've used like every every letter except Z and X, haven't they?
Right. Okay, hold on. Let's see. I'm gonna see if I can find this video. Let's see, Berkeley. I know I was filming it for Ben, so it's on Ben's page. But I always spell Berkeley
Was that some
wrong.
of your 360 you were showing today during the thing?
No, I was gonna show the 360, and then I'm like, you know what? I'm not gonna show it. You know why?
Yeah,
People don't
I know why.
it. People don't need people. Don't deserve to see it yet.
That's right.
So I was just showing the video that everybody's already seen.
Okay, see, Rebel, what's going on, man? Hit your microphone. Your mic working?
There we go. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to find the video.
Sorry, Eddie. I invited OKC over.
I don't care. You can invite
He's getting ready to go work on the Harley. He's like, if I drive up to work on the Harley, will you mind if I, would you help me out? I'm like, hell yeah, I will.
Nice. He's gonna work on your Harley?
No, he's heading up to work on somebody's Harley. So where are you going, OKC? Your microphone work?
Guess who's going for that motorcycle license soon? I just got my license like 9 months ago.
You got your motorcycle license? Congratulations.
No, I'm going for it soon. I'm gonna be going to take the course soon. Once I can save up enough money. I got my Class C license like 9 months ago.
Oh, nice.
And I've already had my car up to 120 miles an hour.
Well, if you go to get your motorcycle license and you take that motorcycle test and your guy tells you to use your front brake more than you do your back brake, tell him he's fucking crazy. Because one of my ex-girlfriends went and took that class, and they're like, they told me that the front brake stops you more than your back brake does. I'm like, yeah, your front brake will also dump your ass on the road.
Yes.
Do you want to,
with it?
Yeah.
But my problem is gonna be the manual transmission stuff. I'm gonna have a hard time doing that, I think.
One down, 5 up.
Not always. Not always.
Yeah.
Not always.
Change that?
Depends on the bike.
Well, the old Kawasaki's used to be what, 5 down or 6 down?
Well, no, yeah, some are just, just start neutrals all the way down and then the rest are up. I think, who does it weird, I think, is, oh my gosh. It's a dirt bike, though. It's not a street bike. Oh my gosh.
Must be like a Husqvarna.
Yeah, the white bike, Husqvarna. It's the Husqvarnas do it. I believe.
They were orange in my day.
Were they?
Their bikes all had a color. Like Kawasaki was green, Yamaha was blue, Honda was red, Suzuki was yellow.
I had a Husky. What was it? A Husky.
KTM. KTM was orange.
KTM was orange. Yeah, you didn't see me.
Husqvarna was white and orange.
Husqvarna.
It's Husqvarna.
Oh, okay.
Say it right.
So
I'm just kidding. I
learned
that on PewDiePie.
Is there any companies that make automatic transmissions for their motorcycles?
They're electric and they run off douche.
There's actually a motor. I don't know if they're still in business or not. They used to be, but it's been a long time since I checked into, called Ridley, Ridley. Check it out. Eddie was looking at those at one time. I was like, check out Ridley because they're full-blown automatic. Because I knew a girl with just one arm, actually one hand, that rode the shit out of that 3-wheeler. Everybody had a hard time keeping up with her. But it's automatic, centrifugal clutch.
Really? Well, I don't want to. Goldwing has an automatic option as well.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No, I'm just saying I would assume because they kind of refer to the Honda Goldwing as the geezer mobile. So I mean they got reverse on it and everything. So I would figure that the Goldwing might have a automatic transmission or at least a pedal, to where you don't have to actually hit the clutch and change the gear. You can.
Yeah, those Goldwings come with some. Yeah.
Yeah, my hand-eye coordination isn't best.
Well, you might need that on a motorcycle.
Yeah.
Just saying. So, hand-eye coordination is going to be key. That's gonna save your life on the road. Remember, you're not going to be protected by a cage like everybody else.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just remember, everybody out there is out to kill you, Michael. Just remember that.
I always tried to stay when I rode. I always tried to stay 100 feet from everything. At least 100 yards. I mean, I stay.
What still bugs me to this day is if I'm riding down the highway, somebody's coming out of a dirt road or someone coming up to the highway, and I can tell we're going to meet at the intersection at the very same time. I don't trust that they're always going to stop, so I adjust accordingly.
Oh, wait a minute.
I always slow down. I'm preparing. Or I was.
I think I may have found the video where the "I'm kind of a big deal" came from. I think I found it. Let me see. Let me play this video for everybody. I think I found it.
I've already had my car up to 120 miles an hour.
Yeah, you don't want to be saying that. You don't be doing stupid shit like that.
Hand-eye coordination is going to help you there too.
Yeah. It's not so much that it's more so the
Hold on, guys. I want to play this video because I think this is where I went up to the guy and I was like, "Hey, dude,
I'm with the National News Organization. I'm here from Lompoc.
Okay, this is where it is. This is where it came from."
Hey, Eddie. Excuse me. I'm Eddie. I'm Dennis Block's little brother.
Just wait a minute.
I think so. I'm trying to get this guy.
I'm with the National News Organization. I'm here from Lompoc. Do you mind if I speak real quick?
Oh, sure.
I'm Eddie with Frontline America with Ben Berklum.
What do you want? You want to speak to the crowd?
Yeah.
Okay, because this thing was supposed to be over.
That's all right. That's fine.
What do you want to tell them?
I just want to tell people about this Gavin Newsom and this awful stuff he's doing. I travel the state. You know the Freedom Angels? Have you heard about them?
I think this is where it came
from. The girl
from.
that just got arrested in Sacramento at the grounds.
Yeah, they're having a rally on the 25th.
Yeah, I'm the one that they got ripped out of their arms, or they were ripped out of my arms. Well, never mind, it's too late now.
Okay. All right. You know what?
You probably haven't heard of me. I'm really famous. We have 300. All right, I will.
Yeah.
I'm not in Lompoc anymore. I just came to visit and saw you guys.
It doesn't matter. You can
All right.
call into the show and
All right.
tell me what you've been involved with.
Have you guys ever heard of Frontline America with Ben Berklum?
No, but you know what though? I've been trying to get Judy McIntyre.
This is where Carlos said I said it at.
They were going to have speeches.
I guess not. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Carlos said this is where I got the "I'm kind of a big deal" at, because I was like, dude, I'm kind of a big deal. You're not gonna let me fucking speak. Anyways, all right, sorry guys, you can go back to talking. Hello.
You should be graced by my presence.
You should. I'm still trying to find this Berkeley video though, where that chick said that to us.
Well, I gotta go to bed, guys. Happy to you guys do my presents, I guess.
Right on. Happy to talk to you later.
Yeah, I gotta hike a big hike tomorrow.
Good night.
6-hour hike.
Shit.
Audio. See you later.
I gotta go through and start downloading all my videos.
I just took a big hike a little while ago.
I thought you were gonna say I took a big dump a while ago.
Oh well, I'm just saying.
Just saying.
So we got Mother's Day coming up Sunday, right? Man, everybody don't forget to. I'm going to send my mom an order of Charlie's Chicken. Do you guys have Charlie's Chicken?
No.
I've never heard.
She loves. I don't know what the deal is, but she loves Charlie's Chicken. It's got the little chicken chunks. It's just chunks of chicken with gravy and potatoes and gravy.
Oh, real quick, hey, Gra, do they have Billy Sims in Oklahoma City too?
I would think so. Yeah.
So
I don't know. I have to ask. Okay, Rebel.
So I'm sitting there watching the show the other day, and they had to blur out everything. It's like it's a show where this lady, she pretends to be a kid online so she can catch the pedophiles. I don't know why I like watching those shows. And so they're catching this guy, right? And I'm like, yeah, fuck him up. And he's like, I'm in the barbecue place. And so they go in the barbecue place. And it's all blurred out. All the pictures are blurred out, but it looked like a football player on the wall. So I'm like, I wonder if that's Billy Sims barbecue.
I bet it is. I would assume they've got Billy Sims in Oklahoma City. Absolutely, yeah.
Let me look. I'm looking it up right now.
Was Billy Sims a football
Yeah,
player?
Mike. They're racing. They are racing this Sunday at Martinsville. I think is it Martinsville? Yes. The Lady in Black, the track too tough to tame.
Holy shit! They got them as far west as Denver, Colorado, and as far east as Michigan.
Ah, so there you go. Yeah.
How long ago was it, Eddie?
Was what?
Whatever you're talking about, the
show?
Pedo at the chicken place.
The pedo at the it was I watched. I mean, it's a brand new show. It's on right now, so it's on Discovery Channel.
Oh, I was gonna say
Smoke alarm. My dinner's ready. You're right back.
Law and Order SVU a lot. And a lot of the times they'll always put up, like at the beginning of the show, this does not depict any actual event, but generally they are referencing something that was in the media, just putting it in storyline, changing the names. But I remember they had a kitty diddler that was running a restaurant that was a football athlete, and he tried to blame it on like CTE or something, why he was doing the things that he was doing.
Really?
Yeah.
What a joke. What a freaking joke. Those people on just, well, you guys have seen my hat, so, oh my gosh, yes, you know what? I just looked it up and I looked up the photo of where it is. It is his store that they went to. That's crazy. Because I saw it and I saw like the way the interior was decorated. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's got to be Billy Sims. Do you get a Discovery Channel, Gra? Uh-oh. Did I lose everybody?
Yeah, he's away for a little bit, he said.
Oh, he had to leave. Okay. Anyways. Well, we got our main channel back on Tuesday, I believe. So we'll be back on our regular channel Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Well, there's sheepdog. What are you eating?
Some soup. Some soup.
That's the worst, because every time you no matter how safe you are with that spoon, it always gets in your fucking beard.
You got to take your Kleenex, right? Fold her down like Sizzo.
Mm-hmm.
Get her down like that, and then before you take a bite, you go like this. So I roll.
You know, I never thought about that. I go like this.
Or you can go like that.
Oh
yeah, gosh. No, it's the worst is like pancakes, like anything with syrup, not good.
Oh yeah. Or anything with
a bad deal.
Anything that crumbles and it's crumbling as you're taking it to your mouth.
Yeah.
You know, like drunk uncles always. Drunk's like, Eddie, you got something in your beard.
Yeah, tell me something I don't know.
No,
there's always something floating around in there.
I generally don't get anything in mind, but I generally tilt my head over more, so it's like may get like, like right there, but tilt your head over has less. But if you
but the problem is when I tilt my head over, now it turns into a cup. You know what I mean? Like there's no like yeah. It's all right. It's worth it.
Or like when when you're sleeping.
Oh, did I wake up with piles of hair in my mouth a lot?
That's what that's the other day that happened. And it happened so many times. I'm like, fuck, I gotta shave this. I'm sick and tired of waking up with hair in my mouth.
See, you always got this too. So I was ready for the pandemic. You know.
Mm-hmm.
You should have.
There you go.
Oh yeah.
It's my N95 mask right there.
That's right. Probably works just as well.
Just about.
We cannot talk about. We still cannot talk about masks, guys. I don't need to get kicked off of this channel too.
Oh really? I thought that shit was all. That stuff was all released now.
Oh no, you still got They still kick you off YouTube for that shit.
Oh, apologize.
No, you're good. You guys remember when I had Jeff Perrine? He's sitting there and he's like, here, let me read what this mask says. And it's a mask that it said COVID-19 mask. And then he read the back and it said and he started reading it and we got kicked off because he read what the fucking instructions on the mask said.
Wow.
Can we say fuck YouTube yet?
Yeah, fuck YouTube. Oh, by the way, guys, so I'm gonna announce this here live. What's up, Gavin Newsom? He's over there. Gavin Newsom's over in Rumble.
Word.
We I've been seeing, Crowder moved to locals. That Robert Gouveia guy's on locals, so I started looking into it. Me and Drunk are moving to locals. So what it does is the first hour, because I can set a timer on there. So the first hour is gonna be free, but if you want to watch the rest, then you have to pay the $1 a month fee, which is really crazy. Or no, $2 a month. You gotta pay the $2 a month to watch the rest. But we'll still be, you still get to watch the first hour for free, because we're trying to pay for.
Showing you live right now.
Huh?
Oh, you're over. Okay, I got you.
I'm on the.
I was trying to see the chat.
Oh, you're trying to see the chat. It's just Mike Jones. Mike Jones is talking shit to all of you. He said he's gonna fuck you up, sheepdog. He says his beard is down to his belly. Yeah, so Gavin, I'm on YouTube, but I'm on my backup channel because I was kicked off my main channel. So, but no.
I could tell you what I told Bozo. Anytime, let me know where to meet you.
Wow, we got 17.
I ain't scared, old son.
Holy shit, we got 17 people watching us on Rumble. That's the most I've ever had, I think. They probably rewound it to watch Joe Biggs talk.
Oh, hear from me.
Well, that means it'd be a good time for me to plug that a couple of you already know, but pick me up a bronze medal at Tap Cancer Out. I don't have the bronze with me. I've already got it up at the shop, but caught him with an Ezekiel choke.
Right on, Gavin.
Tap. About
Nice.
2.5 minutes into a 6-minute match.
Right on.
Made him give up.
But so since there's only the people that are loyal fans here right now, here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna spend some credit card money. I'm gonna make a video, and at locals I can give out two free months, right? So if at the minute we have 1,000 people that sign up for the subscription plan, which you don't have to pay for because you get the 2 months for free. Once I have 1,000 people on my Rumble channel and 1,000 people on my locals channel, we're gonna raffle, and everybody has to comment, because the only way I can do a raffle prize is if you comment. So I can do it from the comments. We're gonna give away all these calendars, which Live PD Danny Brown signed. Right? See, there's a signature right there. I have it on video. We're gonna give away.
Nice.
Live PD's #1 fan. We're gonna be giving away these pictures here. Danny Brown signed these right there in front of me. I have it on video. And a whole bunch of Live PD, it smells like marijuana air fresheners. And your air freshener smells like marijuana. Yes, the calendars are from.
Oh, did he? Did Danny Brown give you those smells like marijuana?
Yeah, he did.
Cards?
He did.
Oh, wow, cool.
Now the calendars are from 2020.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Let me just finish the speech. The calendars are from 2020, like Hope says, but we're also going to give away $1,000. So that way we can get 1,000 people on Rumble and locals. We're trying to build the channel.
Okay,
guys.
So for those of us that don't know, tell us a little bit about locals. Because I know a lot of people complain about Rumble because chat is such a pain in the ass. Nobody likes Rumble.
It is, and you know what? The chat on Rumble does suck. But also the chat kind of sucks on locals. But we got to leave YouTube, guys. It's better. I think the chat on locals is better than Rumble, but it's not there yet.
Okay, all right.
But
Rumble's not too bad.
Yeah, but I can't.
Well, I can't find it. I can't find it, sheepdog, on my TV, on my phone, on nothing. Of course, I don't have a computer. So
if you're on a live video, so right underneath the video, it'll say live chat. You hit that, and it'll come up.
So here's the problem.
No, there's nothing there. There's absolutely nothing there.
Gavin Newsom.
Sorry.
Real quick, Gavin Newsom is writing us on Rumble right now, but it's not showing up in my chat over here. Like, you know how Twitch shows up in my chat on screen, and so does YouTube, right? Rumble doesn't. Like Gavin Newsom just said, Eddie, for your information, somebody threatened a Clovis streamer in your name last night. They said the cartel was going to take them out in your name. Really? I wonder who I know who the person he's talking about. I wonder who threatened them. That's weird. You gotta message me later on, Gavin, and tell me about that. But that's the only issue. But you know what? That's what we're gonna do. We're me and Drunk are not trying to make money, but I'm sick and tired of losing money. I just want to make back what I put into it. Right? That's why we're only charging $2 a month. It's not crazy, right? And if you don't want to pay the $2 a month, you still get the first hour for free. And so to get people to do it, like I said, we're going to give away $1,000. I think we'll do what? One prize of 500 and then 5 100 prizes. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Or should I do a whole bunch of $25 gift cards? Or I don't know. You guys tell me.
Your call. There's no place on my TV, which I'm watching right now. And I watch Rumble on. I watch Crowder. I watch Steve. I watch Crowder. I watch a couple others.
So
obviously,
Gavin,
I have to be logged in to watch it, but I cannot see the chat on my TV, and I can't find it on my phone.
Gavin Newsom says Rumble.
That's probably just me.
Gavin Newsom says it's on Apple TV. Oh, it's on Apple TV. That's why you don't have it, Gra. It doesn't integrate with Prism.
There you go.
The Rumble chat. I gotcha.
All right.
That's the issue.
So you suck again, Gra. You suck again.
But here's the deal. I can say
got a good Wi-Fi.
He has good Wi-Fi. I can say whatever the fuck I want on Rumble.
My cell phone's pretty legit. Maybe, I don't know. COVID.
What's that, Drunk Uncle?
I was thinking Apple TV that I have is like hardware. You could probably get that for
you can get an app.
In the older generations. It's an app now too.
Uh-huh.
I have Apple TV that's like it's just a little box.
Yeah, that's what I have.
Probably a decade old.
Hope says she's been forbidden from my Rumble channel. Like Gavin Newsom says, yeah, Rumble chat works over there. Gra, you know what? If you ever start charging that iPad I gave you, you can use that iPad to download Rumble on there, and you might be able to chat that way.
Yeah, I'm just going to have to do that.
You know, I gave him that iPad like 6-7 months ago, and every couple of weeks he's like, "Yeah, I'm going to get to it." Never.
I know, and I didn't have a charger for like 4 months, and then you came back through again. You're like, "Oh, here's the charger," and I'm like, "Oh, cool," and I'm still sitting here looking at it.
Yeah.
You're so inconsiderate.
Phone a lot, bro?
Yeah, he's on a phone.
Yeah.
You're gonna
got 2 phones. Yeah.
You're gonna love that iPad once you get it going.
It's an old iPad. Mini. It's an iPad Mini.
Everything's bigger.
It's not much
bigger. Because you're old and you don't see very well.
Yeah.
I just gave him. I gave him a Mini. Man,
my knees are fine.
I keep covering my mouth because my tooth is driving me nuts. It feels so weird not, I called Drunk Uncle. The first thing he said the other day is, "Somebody knock you the fuck out." But like I go to my dentist.
Out by a rack of ribs.
Oh, but yeah, by a rack of ribs. I go to my dentist and he's like, I sent him a picture ahead of time. He's like, "Eddie, I don't think I can fix that. You might have to go to the orthodontist." And I was like, "Fuck." So he said, "I need 2 implants."
Got my rag.
There you go. Do you guys know? I looked it up on the internet. Do you guys know how much a fucking implant costs? Just one.
A lot.
About $5,000.
Yeah, it's $5,000.
You can go onto Amazon and get a fake, get a grill.
Hey, well, you know, Mike Jones, can you make me doesn't Mike Jones make the grills? Isn't that the rapper that made the grills? No.
Mike Jones.
What rapper made the grills? He had a song called Grills. What's that rapper's name?
I don't know.
Somebody's got to know. Mike Jones should know it.
I had a grill once.
Did you? Gold, platinum, silver, cheek?
No, I mean, probably fake looking platinum.
That's right.
Oh, Oldsmobile.
By the way, so real quick before I forget, because I forget. Snookies is messaging me. She's like, "Eddie, you need to come back into your show." I'm like, "Well, I'm kicked off right now," and I'm like, "And I lost my tooth. I'm waiting to get it fixed." She's like, "Eddie, just go get some cheekless and put one in." She's like, just put a little chicle or a Tic Tac in your.
Doesn't work.
I was like, no, Snookies. No. Here, you guys. There's nobody here anymore. Just the cool people are here. So I'll show you this. It's pretty bad.
Yeah, you got knocked the out, Smokey.
So he's gonna put an implant. He has to take the metal out of here because the metal's stuck in my gum, and then he's gonna also do an implant here. So it's not just $5,000.
He can't. $10,000. But he can't just use the metal bar that's already there to do the new one.
It's underneath the gum. He can't get to it. He's not a surgeon.
Oh.
So that's a difference. Dentists can't operate, and that's considered an operation. So he can't do it.
Oh.
Yeah.
And you can't use your veterans?
Well, so I've been talking to him, and my dentist is going to try and get it approved. But either way, with the VA, when it comes to this stuff, I have to pay first. So I'll have to pay for it. Then I send them my bill, and then they pay me back.
I gotcha.
So that's what sucks. So I still have to have the $10,000 in hand to pay him, because I have to have it paid in full.
I don't know if you want to go there.
Yeah, but you could set it up as a payment and then wait until them to pay it up.
Yeah, you know what? The last time the orthodontist he sent me to. So the reason why I go to San Jose, guys, my dentist never charges me. He doesn't charge me a dime. So I go there, and then the orthodontist he always sends me to never charges me either. But I feel I have to pay. I can't go to this guy. He pulled all my wisdom teeth for free, right? And I can't. And then he pulled my wife's wisdom teeth for free. I can't go there again and expect him to do this for free. You know?
Hey, if he wants to do it for free, then let him.
I can't. He's already given me $20,000 worth of work for free.
Yeah, but if he wants to do it for you, then, I mean, that's maybe something that he does to make himself feel better. He might write it off on his taxes.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see.
As like a donation, you know?
Paul Wall, Gavin Newsom. Oh, see, that's the trouble now. I got to keep looking over here to watch Gavin Newsom talk. Paul Walls. His was the grill song. Mike Jones. I thought Mike Jones would have got that.
Yeah.
No, that's not Paul Wall. He doesn't do the yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
John, that's who I knew that had the grill first. But the first I knew of that wore a grill. But yeah, I had a platinum looking grill, and I even had 2 sets of fangs that I wore every once in a while.
Oh, that must have been your liberal days.
Well, my stage name was Chomp, and like it was like a bite, a Pac-Man, but also like some of my logos would have like teeth, chomp, like you bite on stuff. So I do silly things like that every once in a while.
Hey, real quick,
I wouldn't wear them for very long because they're not very comfortable.
Gavin Newsom, is that vid? Is there somewhere where I can watch that? Is that on video where somebody threatened him? I gotta see this. I won't do it on my show. I just want to watch it.
Probably the feds, dude.
Probably the feds. No, it was somebody. It happened in Fresno, so it was somebody in Fresno. I wonder if it was a Proud Boy that did it. Oh no, I know who it was. Probably Jeffrey Perrine. I bet you it was Jeff Perrine. Let me ask him. Because I was talking to Jeff Perrine earlier. But no, anyway, so Sheepdog, my nephew said he's going to go with me to the doctor in case they have to knock me out. But, okay. He's a young kid. I'm worried he might
flake. Yeah, but if they knock you out, I'm not going to feel great about letting you just jump in your truck and roll out.
Well, no, then how about this? You pick me up. We'll go to my favorite Mexican restaurant, little taqueria there in Willow Glen. You know where Willow Glen is, right?
Yeah, what day is this?
So I go the 22nd for them to do the x-rays, and then they're going to schedule the surgery after that. So I'll let you know.
Okay.
But either way...
All right, just give me enough time so I could take work off. If you can get a schedule on, like, Tuesday, Thursday, that would be legit.
Yeah, okay. So I go
Because Monday, Wednesday, and Friday is soccer day with my daughter, soccer and basketball. So, I mean, I can figure it out, but...
Yeah.
Tuesday, Thursday is legit for me because I could just roll right out, Not have to worry about going back to Morgan Hill.
Oh, it was somebody in the chat room was threatening them. Oh, okay. Spank the monkey. You'll have to send me a link to the video in Discord, Gavin. I don't know. People still stood up for me anymore. That's cool. But yeah, no, you know, we'll go there, Sheepdog, and maybe we'll go have a drink at this little Latina bar on 7th Street and Keys.
Orale.
You know where Keys and 7th Street is, right? Or Key, it's actually Story. Yep. Is it Keys or Story there? I think it's still Keys. 7th and Keys. So
is that?
So let me. So
is that G6 you're talking about?
Huh?
Are you talking about G6?
No, it's called Las Palmas. Oh. It's called Las Palmas.
Oh yeah, I know where that's at.
You know where that's at?
I've never been there, but I thought you were talking about G6. I'm like, yeah, dude, I'm getting. That place is some savages that own that place. It's a straight Mexican mafia place.
Yeah. So we I had me and my friends were working, right? And we were working in San Jose, and all of a sudden I saw an ex-girlfriend, and so she's like, Eddie, you should come over and hang out tonight. And I was like, well, you know, we're doing a job, and my buddies are like, hey, Eddie, don't worry, just drop us off at a bar and we'll be good. So I dropped them off at a bar down the street from this place. And because I knew the bartender, and I knew she would take care of them, and I knew she would keep them safe. So then they call me. They're like, yeah, we didn't like that bar. It's too many güeros. We went to this other bar. So they text me this place called Las Palmas. And so the one guy, Jose, he flirts with all the girls. He gets every woman that he can. And so his brother, though, is like shy. Like he won't even talk to a girl. So after I'm done with my date, I go into this bar, and there's George, the shy guy, with like 3 girls all around him. And I'm like,
well, that's right.
What the fuck is going on here? And I'm like, this is kind of weird. And so, you know, I'm sitting at the bar, and it's only beer. It's the only beer bar. And so I order a drink, you know, because Jose's dancing like normal. And so the girl I get a Corona. And then George walks over. And he's like, hey, Eddie, look at the girls. Hey, girls, this is the boss. Eddie owns the plumbing company. All of a sudden, all these girls left him, and they're surrounding me. And I was like, oh, I get it now. It's one of these kind of bars. Right. So the girl's like, so I ordered the girl a Corona, right? They give her a Coronita, which is, you know, Coronas are this big. It's like this tall, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, the fuck's going on here? You know, I'm like, how much does that cost? He's like, $8, same as yours. I'm like, then give her the full fucking beer. And he's like, no, we don't give the girls we only give them the Coronitas. And I was like, well, I ain't paying for that shit. I'm like, let me try it. And they wouldn't let me taste it. I'm like, why? Is there fucking water? Yeah, it's all water.
Yeah.
In San Francisco, I dated a girl. And she worked at this Carlos bar, which was on 26th and Mission. And so she told me, she's like, yeah, I order cazadores when people buy me a drink because she doesn't drink. And so the way it works is every time the girls get you to buy them a drink, the owner will give them like $1 or $2. That's why the beers are so expensive. And then, and so I asked her, I'm like, well, how does it work with you? Because you don't drink alcohol. She's like, well, I order cazadores, and then I get $3 because I'm drinking water instead of the liquor. So if you're ever at a bar and a girl that works there, or at least appears to work there, asks you to buy her a drink, don't. Because all you're doing is buying them water. I don't know if it's just the Mexican bars or what. Gavin Newsom mentioned Daisy. So, oh, never mind. You're not going to fight because you don't like Daisy. You like,
what's that? Cali,
that's right.
Yeah, I went nowhere.
We're trying to get Sheepdog. How are you? Did I give her your phone number or something?
No, I tried to get it like while we were on live, but she wasn't gonna do it.
Well, so here's what we got to do. Gavin wants.
I don't blame her giving some random guy on the internet the number.
Yeah. Well, I got her number. Gavin wants to go. You want to go. I don't want to drive home from here because I don't want to get a DUI. So what we need to do is the 3 of us need to get together, get a hotel room in Madeira, and we'll go to Mr. D so we can go back and see Daisy and Callie.
Double D's.
Oh, I think they're more than that.
That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, for sure.
Hold on, Jess.
Orderly.
Sorry, I'm texting Jeff right now. There you go. Anyways, oh yeah. Also, guys, we're selling shirts or selling our hats. It's backwards because we're on Discord. Get your disavowed hat.
That's pretty dope.
Right? They were expensive. I paid $25 plus shipping to get them here. So $25 each.
Those are sick.
I got regular. I have snapbacks. We have trucker hats.
How much is it for to buy it?
I figured, because I got to pay to ship it to people. Well, I told them, I was telling people $40 shipped to their house.
And that's just buy them through like your PayPal or whatever?
Yeah, just like Cash App. But I remember, you got one coming, Sheepdog. So some have green bottoms, some have black bottoms. I'm not gonna send it to you. I'm gonna give it to you when we meet up.
Oh, I was like, hope you didn't send it to my South San Jose house. I don't live there no more.
No.
Somebody's taking my hat.
And then we got a white one. The one that looked like Jennifer Tilly. Which one looked like Jennifer Tilly? Gavin Newsom said, "I'm sorry, no, Eddie. My wife won't let that happen." Well.
Bring your wife.
Yeah. I brought my wife there once. I did. Just so that, because, she's like, why are you always going to this bar? So I took her to the bar so she could see where I was drinking. And so we're at the bar, right? And my wife's sitting next to me, and all of a sudden some guy rolls up next to her and starts, getting a little close. And she's like looking at me, like waiting for me to say something, right? And I'm not stupid. I think Sheepdog knows where I'm going with this. So I'm just sitting there watching this guy chirp at my wife, and she's looking at me like, why aren't you going to say something? And then she's all, and then he's all,
free drinks in her.
Yeah, then he's all, would you like a drink? And she's like, and then she looks at me, and then it hit her. And she's like, yeah, I'll take a Crown and Coke. And then so the Crown and Coke comes, and she's like, thanks for buying my husband a drink.
That's right.
So at least she was a Democrat, but at least she was smart enough to know that. Freaking A.
Yeah, it's. Yeah, I made the mistake of buying women drink at bars. That's a stupid thing to do.
Yeah.
When I was clubbing though, like I didn't care. I had plenty of money. I was just like, yeah, here you go.
Right. Oh my.
When did you get that dog?
Get what done?
That dog.
That's Panda. I've always had her. I've had Panda for like 10 years
why
now.
did I think Panda was like? I felt like Panda was like all white. Why did it? Maybe I just never. I don't know. That's weird.
No, that's Panda.
Panda. Oh, you have earbuds in. That's why she can't hear me.
No, she can't hear it. No, actually, they're open ears, so she can hear it. Huh, Panda Bear?
Trying to eat flies.
Oh, she's crazy. So Gavin, you just don't got to tell your wife that you're going to the club with Eddie. Just say you're gonna come. Tell him you got to be my security guard. Say, look, Eddie asked for a security guard for the night, and you don't just say, well, he didn't tell me where he needed a security guard. He just took me to a bar because he was afraid that he was going to a Mexican bar and he's white, he'd get beat up. So I'm his security guard. Just that's all you got to say, Gavin. Right? Who just showed up? Oh, here's Gavin right now. He just walked in. Gavin, we're live. He knows we're live. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know. No, if I'm driving 2.5 hours to a bar, that might be a red flag.
No, we're gonna get a hotel room. There's a you know where the hotels are, just across.
No, you know what I mean for the missus.
Yeah. No, I get it. Hell, no, you can't bring her along. Never mind. I don't think she'd like that place.
Probably not.
And you know,
it's a good little dive.
Well, it's better than it was before. When I got married, when I first moved to Madera, it was like there was stripping. They had like the strippers in the back, and then in the parking lot.
Oh, that's what's up.
It was a full service bar back in the day, right, Gavin?
I've never been in there, but it's kind of reminds me of like you remember there was that El Molino Rojo in Fresno.
Yeah.
Down on Fresno and Belmont, it was the Paisa bar.
Yeah.
Yeah. All kinds of wild shit in there.
Dude, I used to love the Paisa girls.
Sounds fun.
Like, I was in this Mexican bar in San Francisco, and these guys got mad at me because all the girls were talking to me, right? I'm like, well, what do you think? You think she left El Salvador to come here and talk to another guy from El Salvador? She left El Salvador to find a white guy like me. I was like, sorry,
that's
girl.
True. You
like,
can't
sorry.
get her a green card, Holmes. Chill out.
Well, I wouldn't do that, but
I mean,
yeah,
I'm not opposed to it.
I don't think Jeff has a beef with old boy.
Oh yeah, he does, big time.
Yeah,
huge.
Even after he had him on his stream to talk about his issues.
Oh, when was this?
A couple weeks ago, because Jeff. So you remember that Project Veritas video of the groomer?
Yeah.
In Sacramento.
I think
Turns
so.
out that motherfucker's my neighbor.
No way.
Yeah. So Jeff was down here. I didn't even know what was going on.
Oh yeah. Okay, I know exactly.
Jeff
what you're
was
talking
down here protesting.
He's the teacher, right? He's a priest.
He's a preacher.
Yeah, a preacher.
Yeah. A preacher teaching kids to masturbate.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
So Jeff ended up getting arrested.
Mm-hmm.
Some supporter of the groomer drove down there with a knife and tried to stab him. Cops arrested Jeff instead of the person trying to stab him. The groomer and the green hat commie lawyers.
Yeah, National Lawyers Guild. Mm-hmm.
So they filed a protection order against Jeff. They've stripped him of all of his guns. They're trying to strip him of his First Amendment right for 5 years. And Josh had him on the stream to tell his story, and then Josh is supposed to be coming here after he gets back from the border to do it live in front of the guy's house.
Oh wow, right on.
But I think because of the criminal charges for Jeff, I don't think he can be there, but he went on Josh's stream to try to get the word out and get support for his case. So
yeah. Yeah, we had
that's the latest, so I don't know if he's still beefing with him. But
I know, but I'm not. That's not my business, so I'm going to stay out of it. But yeah, we had.
Well, I know he said stuff online, but then he went on his channel and was all thankful and stuff. So
yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, no, yeah, I remember. I think I got lucky. We had Jeff on here first. He's like, Eddie, I need to be on your show. Here's what happened. I don't know why he always comes to me. I think it's just because we're friends. Just because him and I are buddies.
Yeah.
It's nothing more than that.
Yeah, but it was crazy. I guess 15 cops showed up.
Oh yeah.
Down the street, and I didn't hear any of it.
Damn. So you live right down the street from him. That's crazy.
Yeah. No, he used to fly. First, he had a Mayor Pete sign in his yard during 2020. Then after, that guy got shit canned from the primaries. Then he was all full blown Biden.
Right.
And then, so I just knew he's a commie bastard, and stay away.
Yeah. Me and
but then when when that story broke and Jeff went out and did his thing, then I had to take my kid down there and say, hey, this guy harms children. You know, Halloween, any of that stuff. You stay away from this house.
Yeah.
You know, and it sucks as to think that you have to do that in your own neighborhood. And
right. That's scary.
Warn your kid of a sexual predator.
Do you have
living down the street?
Don't say ages, but do you have kids that are in the age group that you have to worry about it now? Or these family members?
I have an elementary school kid.
Oh man.
So it's not in the ages he's attacking, but in his statements that were caught on Project Veritas was he needs to get them as young as possible and try to take them away from the parents. Kind of like what they're doing in Washington State.
Yeah.
Where they can take your kids away if you don't want to, you know, do the choppy surgery.
Right. Dude, so I was in Madera Lowe's. I was in Madera Lowe's the other day, and this guy was helping me, right? Being real nice, you know. Oh yeah, I'll help you find this. I'll help you find that. And then he looked at my hat, and I was wearing my "Kill Your Local Pedophile" hat that Jeff made me. And he's all he looks at the hat. He's like, what's that supposed to mean? I'm like, well, if you fuck with little kids, you deserve to die. And he wouldn't help me anymore.
Yeah.
He didn't refuse to help me, but he left. You know, he was gone.
Yeah,
it's part of their agenda.
Right?
You know.
He's on to me.
Now men in a
yeah, if you get mad about a pedo kill a pedo hat, then you're nobody I want helping me anyways.
Right? But like
VIP customer if you got a hat on like that around me.
Dude, when I was in Miami, when I was doing that live stream, I had like 30, 40 people come up to me like, dude, I love your hat. I love your hat. So Jeff is actually making me 2 right now. I'm sending them to Steven Crowder because Steven Crowder's been talking a lot about how pedophiles should all be killed. So so Jeff is making me 2 of those hats, and we're sending them to Steven Crowder.
That's dope.
Because I looked, you know, I'm a sleuth. I'm a journalist. I figured out where his office is located, so I have his office address. Well, I have his home address too, so I'm gonna send it to his office address so I don't look like a freaking stalker.
Yeah, you might want to stay away from that home address since they kind of got home video footage of him and his wife. And
oh yeah, that's true, right? You know, and I don't know what to think about. You know, yeah, he may have been a dick, but people are making it out way more than it is. You know.
Well, you know, you're not seeing the full video in context, and how do you know what happened? But
my deal is I never get involved with. Like, you should never get involved with people's family matters. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What's more curious to me is the stuff with him and that guy Dave Landau and the claims that he's made. You know, and now that he's got all these guys like Nick DiPaolo and Jim Brewer and Brian Callen on there. You know.
Yeah.
If they're subject to the same supposed deals, you know.
But I think he's just an asshole in real life. Like, and as long as he's not lying to me with his content, like, I don't care if you're an asshole off camera, you know.
Yeah, it's the same thing with Trump. You know. We didn't hire Trump to be our president about if he's an asshole or not. We hired him because he got the job done.
Oh, I
hired him because he is an asshole.
Oh,
I'm right.
Was that not awesome the other night? You know, you're what did he call her? You're a mean one. You're a nasty woman.
Nasty person.
You're a nasty person.
I mean, me personally, like, if I was talking to the president and he was like, "Hey, how about you shut the fuck up?" I'd be like, "You got my vote." Gotcha.
Right.
Shut up, more.
And here's the problem. So, you know it's fake. Have you seen the lady that's accusing him of this? She's like 80 some odd years old. Is
it the same lady that went on the news and they're like, cancel this interview?
I'm not sure.
It's that lady, right?
Well, it's because she said that rape is sexy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but wasn't she saying like, but rape isn't? She was one that said rape isn't always sexual.
No,
and
she said rape is sexy.
Yeah, and then she said it was like she said most people.
It's a fantasy.
People see rape as sexy. Think of the fantasies. And
yeah.
like Anderson Cooper's.
And then she came on to Anderson Cooper.
Let's go to commercial, and she's like,
you're a really fascinating person to talk to. I was like,
yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And she never even said he touched her.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Well, you don't have to
look at her.
The world.
Look at the girls he gets. Look at the women he gets. You really think he's going to be touching that nasty bag of a woman? And he's like you said, I just met this girl, and 3 minutes later.
That's what he said during the town hall.
It was a Trump impersonator that got her.
It was that guy from D.C. You remember that guy that walked up to me when I was in D.C. and like he kissed me on the forehead? I was like, and then I realized who he was, and I was like, oh, he's an impersonator. Remember that video?
That's funny.
Nobody grabbed her like I did.
I grabbed her real good. She loved it.
Well, even that. I mean, did you guys see any of the stuff afterwards where they're interviewing people and saying, what do you think about him continuing to talk about 2020 and all this stuff? And the guy was like,
I thought it was great that he said, if it's a good-looking election, I will gladly say it was good. And when he kept saying it, I'm like, that's right. Like, hold the fucking line, Like, you're asking me to say, like, oh, you have to say it was a good blah, 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 but it's like, how am I supposed to tell you that when I don't even freaking know, Oh, shoot.
That's the thing. All the people like us, we've seen all the lies for all these years. Do they really think that anything that they put out is going to change our minds and make us not support that person?
Right.
I find it's the people like Tim Pool and that type that sit on the fucking fence that, oh no, he's talking about this again, I can't vote for him. But then you got DeSantis, his team comes out and says, yes, we want to prosecute all the J6 people. We want to make sure people like that rot in jail, and we want people brought to justice off phony charges. And it's like, that guy shot himself in the foot.
Right.
Just sit back and wait your fucking turn. But in the meantime, you're going to ruin anybody that would support you.
Yeah. You know how I get Democrats to start thinking?
2028.
When I see Democrats, I'm like, all right, think about it this way. You own a company. You have 5 or 6 kids you got to support. Are you going to hire the person that's really fucking nice that's going to lose your company money? Or are you going to hire the person that may be a dick and say stupid shit on Twitter, but makes your company tons of money? And they're like, well, I'd hire the guy that makes me tons of money.
Stupid shit on Twitter.
It's the same fucking thing with Trump. And that starts getting them thinking,
Yeah, but they've been programmed to hate him for everything, like all you have to do is just look up the facts and you'd go, oh, that's not true. Like, that's really all it comes down to, but people won't. They sit there and say, oh, the news is facts. Yeah, bull crap, it's facts.
I'm starting to not...
had me convinced for most of his presidency.
Right. I'm starting not to believe our freaking history books anymore. It makes me wonder how true is our history books. It's really scary.
I don't even want to look into it.
Well, the victors write history, so whoever
right
came out on top, that's whose history is told. But
like, I'm watching
these people want to.
Well, I was watching a show the other day, and it's from the 70s, right? And this is a show from the 70s, and they're like, well, the fucking liberal media is going to treat us like shit because we're Republicans. And I'm like, that was in the 70s even, I don't know.
Well, because the liberals have always been the same. They've always been the party of slavery. They fought a civil war over it.
Mm-hmm.
They denied civil rights,
They refused to go to. I read that they refused to go to Lincoln's inauguration because he freed the slaves.
But now they want to tell you that Lincoln was a Democrat,
right?
But there's stupid people that believe it. It's no different than what the man said the other night. The stupid people believe that this election was true. Stupid people believe all this shit.
Well, don't say anything about the election. You'll get me kicked off. But you know what I mean.
Okay.
You can say, you can hint to it.
The thing that happened in November of, the year we all know. I'm sorry, you're stuck on the commie tube.
I forced myself to still watch liberal media just to see what the crazy people were saying, and every once in a while they'll jump into
like racism of the stuff like that. And I noticed a trend like when they're talking about like current stuff, they are like always will tag their political party to the person and then what they said, and then they go to start talking about like racist tendencies like in the 60s and stuff like that. And I started to notice, I was like, why aren't they saying the political party of this person? And so I would take that name and I'd put it into Google, put said name, political party, and it always come up Democrat. Like,
because they've been the party of the Klan.
Do not want to. They, even though they talk about it, they just assume most people don't know who.
They started as Dixiecrats.
Yeah.
Democrat is their second name. They were the Dixiecrats.
Oh yeah.
Well, they started as Confederates first.
The last of the
of course, but
Mike Jones says Oswald worked on the YouTube program. He was naval intelligence information set up as a shooter. Oh my God, we're gonna start getting on the conspiracy theories. Hey, Gavin, Jeff said he wants to talk to you sometime.
Through what, your Discord? Is he in there?
That's what I'm asking him right now. I was like, you can call into the show, but then everybody's gonna hear it, so I don't know. I'm trying to get him on Discord, because then he can message you through Discord.
Yeah.
Well, he's listening right now. He's listening to us.
Oh, okay.
So Eddie, did you hear that they're charging the Marine with the failed choke with second-degree manslaughter?
No way. Why? Because he's a Marine?
Because the victim was black.
Because the victim was black.
Or not the victim. The culprit was black.
Yeah, so he had a failed rear naked choke. It was more of a short choke mixed in with a rear naked choke.
What's up, Jeff? Hold on one second.
Dude, a homeless dude was fucking up on the subway and telling people he's basically gonna fuck people up, and he didn't care what was going on. And
1 second, Jeff.
The young Marine.
No, you're good, brother.
Put him in a choke and ended up taking his life.
Well, but
Jeff is here now,
the
guys.
history of that guy. Hey, what's up, Jeff? So the history of that dude in New York, the Michael Jackson impersonator that died, he had 42 criminal charges. There's video of him.
Battery, assault.
Yeah.
I have to switch hats.
Is Jeff gonna jump up here? I'll hop out real quick so
No,
he could jump in.
No, you're good, bro. I'm only gonna. Yeah, I just called to say hello to you guys and say I want to connect with you, dude. And Eddie can give you my number if you'd like after you guys get offline, and I'd like to touch bases with you if that's cool.
Yeah, sure.
Are you want to give him your number? I can give you his number if you want.
Yeah, go ahead and give my number when you guys get offline or whatever, you know what I mean? So no one else has to have it, but you can give it to him when you guys get off.
Nah, just say it out loud.
No, he can't. He can't. He really can't.
Come on.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
I'm just kidding.
So how you doing? How are you doing, Jeff?
I'm doing well, brother. I just wanted to say I appreciate you, man, for bringing light to this shit, and having candid conversations. And just want to let everybody know I love and respect my boy Eddie, and you guys need to like and subscribe and make sure you don't get him banned. Make sure you keep the political talk to a limit, because I gotta be able to access this man. I love watching his videos. So.
How many times have you gotten me banned on YouTube, Jeff?
I know. I'm sorry, bro. Unfiltered, my man. Unfiltered. I'll work on that, though.
It's all good. I love you, brother.
I just want to say I love you, dude, and I look forward to doing so many. But I just showed up to a friend's house, so just want to say I'll be listening tonight, and you guys have a great time.
Right on, bro. Have a good night.
All right. Bye.
Copy that.
There you go.
Look, I gave hearts.
Gavin, I'll send you a private message with his phone number.
Or, see if you can get him to
Discord.
Jump in your server.
Yeah.
That'd be the easiest way.
Yeah, because I know Gavin won't even give me his number. But then the FBI watches my shit, so.
I mean, my name is Gavin Newsom, dude.
Speaking of that, you know what, guys? I woke up this morning and there's an email, and it's from Twitter.
Wait. Time out. Is that your real name? Is Gavin Newsom?
Yeah, I'm the governor of California.
No, I obviously know that's not who you are. But I was like, when you said that, I was like, wait, time out. Like, your parents were that terrible to you to get. Oh.
No, it's
okay.
It started,
I got you.
It started as a goof, and then I found out on Rumble you can't change your name, like YouTube.
Oh, shit.
You know.
Yeah, I know. I just found that out today.
You know, now several years in, and I'm stuck. So it just is what it is.
Stuck with them. Yeah, I know. So like Sheepdog is sitting there, and I'm talking with him in Rumble, and I'm like, then I realize, I'm like, look at him, like, holy shit, he's using his real name.
Oh,
I tried to change it when I changed my picture, so now it's like the background, and then all of a sudden it's my name. I'm like, oh, I gotta go. I'm going to YouTube right now.
If you go to Rumble, you'll see my icon is a Trump flag.
Yeah,
but it says Newsom. So it was meant to
mess with them,
fuck with the idiots that
dude,
want to get in there and spout off their communist shit.
I don't know how many times he has seen me and Ben, or even just me alone, and just he sees me and he goes the other way because of Ben. He's like, fuck, if Eddie's here, Ben's here somewhere too.
Oh, did you see what he did the other day?
No.
He started a hotline for hate speech. So now your neighbors, your family can turn you in for saying things that they don't like.
Really?
Oh, that'll be good. It's a good thing my truck is parked at a shop an hour away.
So I'm curious, guys.
Well, that's what I said. The groomer down the street that supposedly is telling people to take down the Trump flags. He hasn't had the balls to come tell me that, but he could call in now and say, "Well, I find his flag offensive, and I'd like criminal charges placed against him for hate speech."
I gotta hurry up and get out of California. That's just crazy.
I'm saying to fight till the end.
Whatever happened?
I ain't giving up ground to these cocksuckers.
Wait, hold on. We can't hear Drunk Uncle. Sorry. What? Let me turn you up a little bit, Drunk. Mike said he can't hear you. What were you saying, bud?
I say you ought to call on your neighbor and tell him, say, my neighbor mows his lawn at 2¼ inches. Everybody knows.
Well, he doesn't mow it at all.
That's offensive.
Oh, he's one of those guys that doesn't mow his lawn?
He doesn't mow it at all. His yard is trash. So you know where he stands.
Yeah.
It makes it obvious. You know, he's a
lazy liberal.
Commie.
My wife used to be like, what are you going to go do today, babe? I'm like, I'm going to Hank Hill it. She's like, you're mowing the lawn? I'm like, fuck yeah, I am.
In first gear, so I can be away from you as long as possible.
You know what? When I first met my wife, we got along really well. But then it slowly started getting to where, like, she's like, yeah, women should be allowed to have abortions. And then I was like, started, okay. I wasn't into politics yet, but I was like, I don't agree with that. And then one day she's like, how come you won't have a baby with me? I'm like, and I told her, I'm like, cause.
You're gonna kill it.
Well, at first I'm like, well, cause, it'll come out disabled. And then after a while, she told me, we're like arguing, and she's like, and you still won't have a fucking baby, even though I don't care if it's going to be handicapped like you. I'm like, but you're going to kill it. And she's like, I didn't say I would have an abortion. I just think women should have abortions. And I was like, I still don't trust you. I am not going to have a baby with you if you might kill it.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's a fact.
Right?
Like, dude, they got plenty of birth control now where there's no way you can get pregnant. So I don't, there's no need to use that as a terms of birth control. Like, that just blows my mind.
Yeah.
It sucks for me because, the fence I ride is, I do understand that might be a circumstance where it might be the best case scenario. I understand that, and I understand it as, if something terrible happened, if a girl was raped or anything like that, I understand that scenario is terrible, and terrible things can come of a terrible situation. But it's you say that, and now people are like, "Oh, I'm against you because you're for abortion." I'm like, no. I'm for if a 12-year-old girl. I have a daughter. If my daughter was raped, you're goddamn right. I'm not going to make her deal with that if she doesn't want to. I'm sorry. I know it's a terrible thing, but it's the 1%. It's the 1% that I'm not for it. I don't think it's a great deal, regardless. But it's like there's times where you have to choose: is the mom gonna live or is the baby gonna live? That's the way my scenario works.
That's
in
the
my
one
head.
point I believe in abortion. If your wife is gonna die because she has this baby, then you know what? We can get her pregnant again. We can try again, babe. That's when I agree with abortion.
Let me ask this, because Drunk, you have a dog. Eddie, you have dogs.
Mm-hmm.
You guys ever put, the dog videos on YouTube, on the TV, and let them kind of have their fun with it, growling and barking at the TV?
Yeah, I like watching them turn my dogs turn their head like that when they hear another dog barking at them.
Yeah. So what happens when you do that? Doesn't your feed get filled with adopting pet videos?
Kind of, yeah.
I don't watch them that. No.
Well, you just have to watch one and then it happens.
Yeah.
But let me ask, why is it so they want to tell you that they deserve all these rights and things that you're saying are inhumane and all this shit, but why doesn't your feed ever fill up with adopted child videos?
Wow.
They value life of pets
Mm-hmm.
way more than they value life of children.
Oh, they do. They do.
Interesting.
Because think about it, liberals are all about no-kill shelters for dogs, right? Which I agree with.
Uh-huh.
I'm all about no-kill shelters, but they're about no-kill shelters for dogs. But yet, let's have abortions. Now here's the reason why.
Kids.
You want to know why? If you watch enough videos, they talk about the population is too big. We have to lower the population. That's their way of lowering the population, by abortion, same-sex marriage. That's why they want same-sex marriage, because if you're two women, you're not going to have a baby. And now transgenderism, because if you're a transgendered person, if you're even though you're transgendered, but you're still the same physical sex, you can't have a baby. That's why they're pushing it, so there'll be less people in the world. That's at least 100%. What I think. That's what I think. I don't know.
Funny how all the people pushing it are usually on the left, and they're not transgenders. Weird.
Right.
Well, they're afraid. It's no different than all these feminists that'll sit here and tell you we're for trans rights and trans rights this and trans rights that. Yet trans rights now usurp female rights.
Oh, they do.
So all your years as a feminist were basically wasted, and you're so stupid and bought into this cult that you're out here cheering and fighting for the rights that you fought for years to disappear.
Yeah. Well, so I'm 46, right? I remember when feminism started coming out and stuff, and all of a sudden women are like I would go on a date and she's like, oh, you're not going to pay the bill? I was like, what? I thought you're a feminist. You want to be equal, you can pay the bill. Well, I don't want that. Well,
funny how that doesn't fly, right?
Yeah, it's like, I thought it's all about equal rights. And then one day I open up the door for this woman, and she's yelling at me. She's like, don't you fucking open the door for me. I don't need no man to open the door for me. It's like, I was just fucking
it's gross.
Being respectful, lady.
You should have got back, well, I don't need no woman open the door in front of me.
It's just crazy. Why does it cost $500 to kill a baby but $30,000 to adopt? That's a great point, Mike Jones. And I don't even does it cost? I thought if you go to Planned Parenthood, I thought it's free. Aren't their services free?
I have no idea. Never stepped foot in that place.
Me either.
I mean, it's free for you, but I mean the government's paying for whatever you're getting done. It's a welfare.
True. That's true. That's true. I every time we talk about this, I see Ben. So I had to edit every single one of Ben's videos for 3 years straight. And he went when Judge what's the judge name? With the K. Judge K. Supreme Court. Kavanaugh. So
Kavanaugh.
he's there in Washington D.C. around probably 1,000 to maybe 3,000 women, and they're he's waving they're all talking about abortion. We have the right to abort baby, and pro this and pro that. And here's Ben all by himself in the crowd of 1,000, 2,000 women with a big sign that's all about anti-abortion. That's just I miss those days. Ben was fucking cool when he did shit like that, I mean, he's still cool. I love Ben. Ben's a great friend of mine. But I miss those days.
Never left California, though.
Yeah.
Well, now he's got to tone down because he's got a network that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we used to get, he was toned down back then. Like, I couldn't cuss when I was running his, if I did his live streams, he's like, you can't cuss, Eddie, so you can't cuss on his show, and stuff.
Yeah, I like that about him because you could actually watch it with other than the people he's interviewing.
Right.
Like if it's on, you don't have to worry about him just blowing up a bunch of F-bombs and stuff,
Yeah, yeah. He and still to this day, he's an awesome guy. I love Ben. Me and him, we've had fights, and then 2 minutes later, it's like me and Ty, me and Ben, and me and Ty, we're all the same. We can have disagreements, and then 5 minutes later, we're like friends again.
So you're eating ice cream,
right? That motherfucker.
With free water.
That's why I'm fat. So here's a little secret. If you guys don't know this about Ben Berkwam, he cannot go to bed without eating ice cream. So whenever we would travel on the road, I see him eating ice cream before bed, so then I eat ice cream before bed. Asshole.
Yeah, that can get a little. That can get rough.
I'm only 240. Not too fat. Hey, wait! I lost some weight when I lost my tooth.
2 kilograms.
Although I don't know, Adrian just told me I'm fucking hot, so.
That's right. I don't see that comment. Where's that at?
Oh, she's texting me.
Oh, I was like, you must be on Rumble.
Hey,
you guys can't see these texts.
Drunk, we got to get you to start watching One Championship.
What do you mean?
One FC.
One FC?
Yeah.
I think my professor fought on that.
Yeah, they do.
Long time ago.
I was saying. So, for you, they do kind of a mixed bag. So there's MMA, there's Muay Thai with the Thai fighters, there's submission grappling.
Yeah.
All kinds of stuff, all in the same show. It reminds me of the old Pride days.
Oh, Pride was brutal.
Yeah. Yeah, there's knees on the ground and all that kind of stuff too.
Oh, Professor was in XFC, not 1FC. I know what you're talking about though. I wonder what happened to Khabib's thing. What was it? Eagle EFC?
He quit everything. He quit anything to do with MMA. So I think he stopped the promotion. He stopped training the guys. He's fully backed out of it.
I thought he was still cornering Islam and his cousin and whatnot.
Nope. The last fight with Volk, he didn't corner him. He didn't train him.
Oh goodness! Is it his family? Because Mama said that he had to stay away.
I guess it's just kind of trying to. I imagine it's trying to fully separate from it so that he doesn't have the urge to get back in there, since he made his promise or whatever. But
yeah, that's a shame that I know Habib he's so family oriented that his mom didn't want him to do anything after his dad passed, but his dad wanted him to go 30-0, and he's 29-0.
Dude, you can't tell somebody fuck you on Twitter?
Huh?
You can't say fuck you on Twitter to somebody?
I don't know. Twitter is now controlled by the WEF. So
yeah, I know.
Who knows what you guys can say on there?
Fucking my friend, well, he's not a friend, I guess. I don't know what he is. Somebody I know from the East Coast said something to me, and I'm like, "Fuck you." Twitter's like, "You shouldn't say stuff like that."
That sounds like a server I know.
I wish he would come back and like imagine.
I'm sure Eddie knows who I'm talking about.
Who you know?
With Beeb
It
and
sounds like a server I know.
A server you know?
A Discord server where you can't say certain names of animals. You can't post stuff about Trump. You can't say certain words. A guy with a beard and a bald head.
Oh, really? Yeah, a lot of people are having trouble with that person, I guess.
Claims he's a patriot.
Yeah, I think I know exactly who you're talking about. I remember somebody came up to me. So did they in Sacramento? Did they think he was me one day? Is that the person you're talking about? I don't know if you saw that video.
I'm not sure.
Do they have a big beard like me?
I know who everybody is, but
do they have a big beard like me?
I think I know who you're talking about. Were you trying to hide the name?
I'm not trying to be the asshole about. But
he was part of TPC. He drove across country with the truckers.
Oh, he used to be in Southern California.
Yep, I know exactly who you're talking about. Yeah.
Got beat up by Antifa a couple times.
Yeah, I got a call one day, and they're like, I don't know. I haven't talked to this person in a while, but I got a call, and they're like, "Hey, Eddie, this person's having trouble in Beverly Hills. You go there a lot. You're there. He's there right now. Everybody thinks he's Antifa, but he's not. Will you go help him out?" And he was cool with me, so we were cool, but I don't know.
Oh, I know who you're talking about now.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Well, I don't know. Is Grosso on here? I'm not trying to talk about his buddy, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if him and Grow don't really talk anymore. He doesn't stream anymore, does he?
He called back not too long ago, but I haven't seen anything. If you don't actively look for something, if it's not in your feed for a while, it'll kind of dissipate.
Well, I know a lot of people. A lot of people have problems with him because all of a sudden he started having Anarchy Princess on his show.
Well,
and people
but
like that.
Eddie, go back to in the day, and all he was talking with all those Antifa in LA, trying to bridge the gap, and he wants those conversations with those people.
Mm-hmm. I think those are good conversations. I mean, I personally would rather conversate with somebody, or not conversate, but engage online with content with somebody that disagrees with me more than somebody that I agree.
Well, he wasn't doing it online. He was doing it behind the scenes, trying to be buddies with them. That's, I mean.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I think the problem with it is you call them out and they feel so stupid because they don't want to listen and see what they're doing. So it goes straight to hate, and I hate you. There's no conversation to be had because they're just like us. They're going to die on the hill that they're on. And
but
no matter how stupid it looks or is.
You can go on live and you can talk all your shit you want about Vishal or any of the rest of them, or the squirrels when he was dealing with the convoy stuff. But then if you make a comment about that, then it's deleted.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
It's kind of
see
what
I don't delete. If liberals come on my show,
that's the Biden version.
Sheepdog gets bad when liberals come on my show and they start spouting shit, and Sheepdog will block them. I'm like, don't block them. I'm all about free speech. They want to talk their shit. Let them talk their shit. Show how stupid they are.
Hey, no, I'm good with the shit talking until they start personally attacking people or start talking shit on the country. Then I just don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
But most of the time, I kind of like just kind of trolling them a little bit. But like when they start talking about veterans and start personal attacking on
Bozo the Clown today,
our people. Fuck that, you're out.
Well, the squirrels were texting me. They were. I gave them.
Yeah, because you got into it with their enemy.
Yeah,
that's why.
Exactly. So the squirrels were trying to. They called me. They're like, "Hey, Eddie, can we meet?" And I was like, "You know what? I'm staying away from this." Right?
Oh, why would you invite a crackhead around you?
Yeah. Exactly. And so they tried to talk to me. Anarchy Princess got mad at me because I said she was ugly.
they don't know the backstory and the history and like, you know, I'm one of the ones that remembers the whole shit in Minnesota, and the stuff with you know, old boy in Fresno that was on the police force. Mm-hmm. You know, these people come into like that whole. I'm almost upset with myself that I partook in all that TPC shit and convoyed around with those motherfuckers. You know.
Yeah, a lot of them are bad.
Why?
Some are good, a lot are bad though. Sheepdog.
But
I was only. Well, I mean, it turned into a grift.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Exactly.
Like,
you know,
like everything does, and then people jump into it because they see if they say a couple things and do a couple things, and they're going to get a bunch of support. You know, I mean, it's all the same thing. No. So usually the truest people are like the first like couple days, and then everybody else is like, "Well, I got a truck, I got a YouTube." You know what I mean?
See, look, when they came back here to Sacramento to fight the shit that was going on here, you know, basically, right? That was the whole point. Was these bad bills were being proposed, and they drove clear across the country to come out here and protest that.
Yeah,
I was like, fuck yeah, you know, finally some people from out of state are gonna come here and they're gonna stand side by side with the rest of us. You know,
hey, I'm a Cali boy, and that's what I hate, that everybody's like, "Oh, it's California." Like, I love California, and if I don't have to leave here, I'm happy.
And
don't get me wrong.
That's why I'm telling you, I'm not being chased out of my state.
Exactly. Fuck that. I'm gonna fight for it because I die on my hill. You know what I mean? I move to another state when I want to move to another state. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Like, and that's why, you know, no offense to those that have left.
But there is offense. You guys fucking left, and now they're the ones talking the most shit. Oh, I left California. It's a shithole. Fuck California. Like you're a fucking coward. You fucking couldn't fight for shit. Your shit got rough, and you tucked your tail and ran. I'm still in it. I still fly a big American flag on the back of my flatbed through Silicon Valley. I'm not scared of these people. I don't care. I will die on my hill. I had a Trump sticker on my truck since 2015.
No. I took the American flag down as soon as they indicted Trump, because we became a communist nation at that point, and I made sure my 2024 Trump flag "Save America" is front and center.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks because I mean,
my wife, all of her family, they fled communism, and they came here. So that's a hill I'll die on.
Right. Oh, speaking of hill,
all my buddies back home, you know, they came from the same circumstances. So that's a subject. Shit, I'll give my last breath, you know, to make sure that doesn't happen for my child.
Yeah, I know Gavin's,
sure. Like,
I know Gavin's background. I won't talk about Gavin's background, but I know his background, and yeah, he's gone through some shit, and it's a good thing that he's not putting his kids through that. He's a real American, a real man, saving his kids from what he went through. So that's awesome, brother. But Sheepdog, were you happy when I told Joe Biggs that you said you'd die on a hill for him?
Yeah, it's fucking dope. I mean, you know, the thing is like I had a lot of like ill intent, like when those people were treating you like just junk. But it's like I had to understand and wake up that it wasn't in the entirety of it. You know what I mean? Like I was doing what the left did, is one bad cop, oh, F12. You know what I mean? And like that's where I got. But it's like I still know a lot of people that are good, that are part of the boys. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like I don't want to disavow the whole group, but you know what I mean? Like I guess a lot of those people are fucking swallowing on their pride now, because it's like you guys just wanted to jump people's bones. You're out there, you know, oh, here's my Instagram, here's my Facebook. Oh, you ratted on me. Like you're an idiot. Like how do you tell somebody that they did something when we watched the live fucking stream that literally showed you guys doxing yourselves, and then you guys want to blame other people because you can't handle your actions. Your actions is what doxed you, not anybody else.
See, okay, here's the thing. So Eddie mentioned he knows a bit of my background, and colors, as far as what you wear, meant a whole lot in that era of my life. Now I'm older, and I recognize what was dumb and what wasn't, and I see all these people now, and no offense to anybody that does it, right? But it's no different than somebody throwing a HA patch on their back or any of that kind of shit. But you weren't cut from that cloth. You didn't grow up in the world where that's all you had to survive was these people. And it's easy now. You came from some of them a privileged life, or and you saw a video that made you feel some type of way or something, and now you want to throw on black